Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin kalau Yus setuju banget nih. Kalau Yus kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya. Aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure. Ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya. Itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama. Dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Ex-Laner mungkin Edward satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih. Lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu. Ya kan? Siapa tahu. V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Roamer kayak
Yawi.
Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina, kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina, bener, P-Wise. Karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku. Karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas. Dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya, role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu Godlane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari tiktoker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman, sebentar lagi kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para tiktokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup baik. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh.
Yes.
Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Diko, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Ini rame banget,
kita juga
kenapa
mau
dah?
recall, nggak boleh
Kenapa
recall.
nih rame banget?
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gak mau lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Objektif dulu masih, hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih? pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Ke flicker dia
Keren.
5-0.
Wah, Zee berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
Main lah MDL lah boleh kali.
ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya tolong.
onto the Lords. They're opening, yeah, but look at the Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. They're taking game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali ini.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik, terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang mekaniknya tinggi banget, tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? WCG ya. Mau bahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan aku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti, kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka, makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka, karena mereka tuh pure ya, mau dari tim apapun ya representatifnya ya, mau tim A, B, C, D ya, itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik, disiplinnya sama, dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari, karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah comeback, kan game one moment ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB, kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia, kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin, Edward, satu, terus Benny Cutie, satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih seputar sih, masih Kelra kali ya gold lanernya ya, zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer kayak Yawi. Siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener V-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya, role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan MOBA lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu Godland-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi. Karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari TikToker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke Land of Down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para TikTokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup aja. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan leader dari Diko ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget, kenapa dah?
Gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Sekarang ya, pada sekarang gak boleh lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita bersama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Bawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol.
Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya? Bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Daftar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Wazir berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MPL lah boleh kali.
ya, Food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh tim Revival,
lihat.
Gaspar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa.
Rekor.
Tolong, katanya tolong.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki flickers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taken game away.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain?
Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai.
Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Kalau menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya besi. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya udah.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the regular season, week 7, day number 2, with Arashi, Gani, and Mirko. And today we're back here to entertain you for yet another day of MPL. And of course, we would like to remind you that we are powered by Moonton, presented by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official sponsor Head and Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, our partner in esports Blee Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, YouTube, our official broadcast partners, Maxstream, TVR Esports, Video, and our supplier, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, Samsung, and of course, MPL is supported by PBESI. And with that out of the way, first match of today, guys, it's gonna be a very exciting matchup right here from two very different positions in the standings.
3rd and 6th, right? Dewa United, they need these points to what? To solidify themselves in that playoff spot, to say bye-bye to 7th, 8th, and 9th. But Geek Fam, again, with the dub yesterday, Rashi Miracle increasing their odds to the upper bracket. If they win this, RRQ, you gotta sweat.
And both these teams, right, they've been swapping up their rosters, sort of. They have different combinations they've been playing around with. But with the stakes getting higher and higher, now they're solidifying their roster and using the same combination. You think this is going to be more beneficial to which team?
I think for both of these teams, we know exactly what their best lineup is. Yes, they have been experimenting throughout the regular season here. We've seen that Dewa have tried to use their veteran players, Lee Murphy, Pendragon in their lineup. Even some newcomers like Ray, rookies from MDL, stepping into MPL, but seems like for Dewa United, it's still their main four from their MDL Season 7 lineup. I think for Geek Fam, though, we can definitely see that they have found the better combination. Geek Fam, I think right now, they're in a position where they have the longest active win streak so far in Season 12. Yep. With what lineup? With the lineup of Chadera in the mix. That's the only difference that we can see from Geek Fam. They've just been swapping out their gold laners, and to be completely honest, Marquee, it just really doesn't feel like the Marquee that we saw back in M3, back even in Season 10 and Season 11.
Like OG Marquee. I mean, a lot of people are saying that one of the main reasons why initially Dewa was able to beat Geek Fam 2-0 back then was because of that gold diff. But now with Dewa also changing, I mean, from you, Goni, do you think we're going to see more of a calculative approach or more of a fireworks full-on collision?
From Dewa United?
From both teams. Which one do you think is going to win it out?
It's going to be very... I don't know, unpredictable, but I feel like Geek Fam, they will look for that revenge with a bang in leg 2.
I'll take over from here. Battle of the two talented gold laners, Chadera versus Watt. Watt, an absolute veteran in the game. Season 1 was when he made his debut and he became the finals MVP as well in that very first season. But all throughout Season 1 to Season 12, he's been staying active. It hasn't been him taking a rest. He's played in the MDL, he's played in the MPL, he's been in top teams, and he's been in top teams. Here, he's trying to lift Dewa back to the top. Dewa, their X factor will always be Watt. They have solid tools to utilize in their arsenal with that trio mid, with their composition, but the X factor will be there in towards the later stage of the game when they lose stability. Meanwhile, for the side of Chadera, he's just a solid gold laner for Geek Fam. A carry that can carry the game, actually, when they're ahead or behind. Again, activated. That's the number one thing for both of these gold laners. They need to be activated. If they don't get activated in the early game or in through their draft with winning matchups, they kind of struggle.
That's the main question right here, with the gold lane being so important, with both of them being as flexible, right? Both teams can really play around with their hero selection. You start to wonder who exactly is going to take the lead in the aggression, and can Dewa really match up to Geek Fam? Because we've seen that Geek is a team with a lot more flexibility. They've played for the EXP lane. We saw the playmaking coming in from Luke as well. So I think a lot of people are wondering who's going to be flexible, more flexible, and if Geek Fam will be able to use that to just take over as they now walk onto the stage.
Again, leg 2 has been unstoppable for this team. Let's welcome, it's Geek Fam!
The Geeks walking onto the stage, trying to outsmart the apostles of gods. It's going to be a battle of wits against a battle of faith, because on the other hand, the other side of the pond, man, even though they're behind, even though they are the underdogs in this matchup, they believe they have what it takes as they bring in the new main roster from the side of Dewa United.
Still with their main 5 this season, let's welcome the Apostles of God as Dewa United Esports.
Full of confidence, having the belief that they will pull through somehow, some way. How do you think they're gonna do it, Mirko?
There's always a dash, a pinch of miracles every single time Dewa makes it up onto the stage. Sometimes they'll be down 10,000 gold, 14,000 gold, but somehow, some way, they'll be able to find a little mistake, a little hole to exploit, to finally be able to pull the game back and come back all the way. They were called the comeback legends when we started the season, and we have to give props to both of the coaching staffs, Jack Lee and Paddington, the two movie stars for Dewa United, and Airpong for Geek Fam.
Coach Airpong, man, he's been having so much success right here. People are saying that you can attribute a lot of the win streak success to Coach Airpong and how he's able to really make Geek Fam evolve into not just a team with great execution, but a team that has a lot more game plans to work around with. Of course, today is no different. We'll see if they can really try and outsmart the opposition.
It is going to be very tricky, though, right? I mean, if you really look at it here, the whole roster of Geek Fam this season, yes, it's mainly the switch of gold lanes between Mark and Chadera, but Niall has really stepped up as a rookie.
And that's definitely something that we get to see here in the Keys to Victory, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Niall, in addition to the carry role, he can carry, but he can also play utility, making him a very dynamic jungler. And for Geek Fam, that's been their main tool that makes them so successful, playing dynamically by enriching their in-game strategies. It's always plan A, plan B, and plan C up ahead in their draft. It's never a one-dimensional draft, very different to the Geek Fam we saw in Season 10 and even 11. Exploring Luke's hero pool for an advantage in XP matchups. Now, whatever hero you give to Luke, apparently he just does well. How? As long as it is a winning matchup. Khalid, never seen him play that before. But if it's a winning matchup, Khalid versus Yuzong, where you can bully the Yuzong in the early game, you give that facility over to Luke, he'll take advantage of it, and he will be the X factor, or the winning factor.
It's going to be very interesting, though, right? Seeing that it is going to be Dixon in that head-to-head.
I mean, Dixon is really, really good, but I think they have two different styles looking at the way that the winning matchup plays into effect for Geek Fam. But yes, let's take over at the Apostles of God. Take a quick look at the keys to victory for them, winning the mid lane trio matchups. Again, for this main lineup for Dewa United, it's mostly been through early game snowballing. How do they get the winning mid-trio matchup? It comes down to Dixon getting his playmaking heroes, because sometimes they can compromise. They can make compromises in the mid lane and even in the jungle department, as long as Dixon gets a comfort hero that can clear out the lane and play for the team to activate the jungler, Lanaya, to get these neutral objectives. They're all good. Dixon, very different to Luke. Luke, yes, he goes for these playmaking heroes as well, but mainly he focuses on that dueling, getting an advantage in the lane itself to then translate over to the rest of the map. Meanwhile, Dixon, he doesn't care about that advantage in lane. The advantage he finds is through team fights.
Well, we see that now the laning phase has been ignored a lot by a lot of these players in favor of just having an advantage in the skirmishes, in the control overall. So we'll see if which team can really adapt and use that to get an advantage. Because I think the longer the game goes, when it goes into those very tense one-moment make-or-break situations, both teams are great, but let's go straight into the drafting phase. Phase 1, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, the Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G.
Let's say Geek Fam will have and occupy the blue side. It seems like their plan is clear. They respect the Terizla and also they respect the Bruno. Considering that yesterday it's Bruno-centric, even though they have the first pick, they do not want to deal with it.
Bruno has risen so far in prio list, man. Early on in the weeks, we would never have thought of Bruno being prioed like this. But just like we saw yesterday, leaving the Terizla open against a playmaking XP laner is a big no-no. They lost game number 1 because Mr. Pi himself was able to get his hands on Terizla, dictating the entire XP lane matchup all the way to the team fights, and they know Dixon might be even better than that.
Well, this is the concern, right? Dewa United is a very team fight heavy team. Of course, Geek Fam are completely willing to engage them in hand-to-hand combat, figuratively. But for Dewa now, without their main engage tool, what will they try and use here? Because usually, right, we see teams that only rely on a single engage skill usually fall apart against a team that can maneuver as tactically as Geek Fam does in the Land of Dawn.
A very good point there. I think we'll see here again Geek Fam. They opt for an Angela ban here, right? What does this say? It says that, yeah, they are respecting the potential that Chaka can play off that Angela type of hero, but with the Joy ban, it opens up a lot. Like the Fredrin can be picked up here.
The Fredrin is a very good flex pick for sure, but in the situation, do they really want to show a bit more of a utility hero? If it's flex over to the EXP lane, it's going to be Luke, right, in that Fredrin, and it's not exactly the dominant laner that we've been talking about, Mirko.
I'd still say, though, if you want to play weak side for Luke, he can still pull it off, you know? Even though, yes, winning matchups will obviously be the optimal route to go for Geek Fam. But again, they got to remember that they're not a one-dimensional team anymore. They don't need to put all their eggs onto Luke. They can make compromises in every single lane. If they want to carry through their jungler, they can put Luke on a weak side lane and then play towards the gold lane for Chadera even. But Edith will be the main choice. Number 1 here, flex. I think that's really what gives Edith so much prio in the draft. You can play it in the roam position and the XP. Personally, I like it roam.
Well, you've been very vocal about that. I think I'm inclined to agree, but now against a Fredrin and a Yves, a lot of crowd control, especially for a fighter that has to walk through all of these utility tools to even get to the backliners of Dewa United. Along with this, I believe Geek will have to try and find some solutions, especially in the jungle department, because usually this game, as we have mentioned, is all about the trio mid. If the trio mid isn't working, the side lanes usually fall apart as well.
If you see a Fredrin, you might pick up the Baksha, right? I mean, Baksha or Martis comes in naturally here for side of Geek, and of course, as you all know, Niall has the potential to play those type of heroes, but if they really want to go crazy, considering that the Yves is already picked, that's a good target for an assassin. But there you go, assassin pickup for the side of Geek. They went for the Lancelot, and as well, a good pickoff as well.
Good farm, good mobility. I would say for this composition right here, there's going to be a lot of CC to play for those neutral objectives. The main reason Kadira is so up there in prio, especially for teams who want to control and dictate the trio mid neutral objective setups, is because the amount of CC she has in her kit on top of the burst already. Petrify, Breath of the Ocean, added an Onward and an Earth Shatter. Yeah,
yikes.
Fredrin's not going to move if he's going to be in the jungle. Meanwhile, the Lancelot, again, they're just denying it away. They know that this Fredrin can be flexed. The Lancelot would be a good answer against this much CC.
Well, for Dewa United though, this means that they most likely will go for something even tankier to withstand the damage, or maybe they can go for a way to just counter-engage, right? When if Geek Fam will pile on all their damage, all their crowd control onto one member, if the rest of the members can really counter and use that opportunity as an opening, this is a potential for Dewa to find those very good team fights that they can try and get in the late game.
And to add to that, in addition, they will pick up the Claude. Why? Good mobility. Very hard to catch. If you want to give crowd control on towards a Claude, you need to be precise. The timing, everything. Second phase ban, it seems like pretty straightforward from the side of Dewa United. They ban out the Erythel and Beatrix. The Leslie though, laning-wise, good against Claude. Will Geek Fam go and pick it up for Tadera?
I think they will be very pleased to see a Leslie on Geek Fam's side. They do have last pick. Remember, we still don't know what Dixon's going to play. Lapu Lapu is a phenomenal answer into that Leslie pick if it does come true. And they can honestly just play it all the way to the end. They can utilize the Fredrin flex to the very end. They are on red side.
Ooh, but now you can see the Kufra ban as well for Geek. They want to make sure that Niall has all the space available, because we saw yesterday against crowd control he does struggle quite a bit. But here's a comment from Coach Jack Lee. Chadera is really performing well, but we also have some specific strategies against him. We will continue to maintain our performance, monitor the in-game and out-game situation, so we are more focused on what our team lacks and needs to improve. And I think we've seen that a lot. We've seen that every single member on their team can be used as the spearhead for their aggression. And on the topic of the Leslie, man, I feel like if they really want to go for pick-off heavily, the Leslie can work. But of course, they need to see some of the picks from Dewa before they reveal that hand.
Yeah, I think they need range, and Leslie is an answer, but let's see. It's going to be Kaja. Oh, it's going to be pick-off in that potential roam position. It's going to be nasty here. Geek Fam, though, 2 heroes. I feel like they need some AoE, man.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to, keep on building on the team fight / pick-off composition that they already have, AoE would definitely work. But honestly, I would expect some more DPS here, right?
Okay.
Brody. Brody would be a solid option here, probably the safest option, but Brody's more of a burst type of marksman, remember? And with their composition already, they already have so much burst. This could end up being Dewa is picking up something like a Uranus to out-sustain a lot of this burst damage and to just seek it in, just take it in with a Purify. So, without the Brody, I don't see any other option though, right? Again, the Beatrix, the Irithyll has been taken out already. The Paquito becomes the choice to go for. And now, I would say, if you're Dixon, Lapu.
Lapu.
I would just say, Uranus would be pretty good.
Like we said, man, something a bit tankier or something that has regen. The concern right now, I think, if the Uranus does get picked, is that he gets bursted down before he can do anything, but he is going to go for that Yu Zhong. Aggression in the lane.
First time.
crowd control immunity against all these pick-off potential. If Dewa can really pick and choose their fights, that'll be great. But I think Geek Fam will do a lot to ensure that Dewa is forced to take fights that they do not want to take.
Man, oh man, I don't want to say I dislike, but I'm not convinced with that Yuzong thing, right? I mean, sure, you can target the Brody, but the other 4 members are in the front line, so who are you really trying to target?
I think for me, the main concern of the Yuzong isn't the pick. I think the pick would work, can work. Against the Brody, you can really bully the Brody. But is Dixon comfortable on this hero? We've seen that on the Lapu, on the Terizla, even on the X-Borg, these playmaking heroes, he can pop off. On the Yuzong, a hero that relies heavily on getting a lead in the early game to push that lead in these dives. We'll see how he performs here.
I think we have to see if Geek Fam can really have enough time to maneuver and pressure every single lane. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into the Light of Dawn for game number 1 of match number 1, Geek Fam versus Dewa United.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what will be the conclusion. Again, to remind you, Geek Fam, they need the dub to increase their odds to the upper bracket. Meanwhile, they want to solidify themselves in the 6th position.
Early steal from Shaco, taking away the little purple buff away.
Oh wow.
Force the flicker onward as well. Shaco now a little bit in trouble, but it seems like Shaco will have mobility to escape.
But this is the concern with a Kaja pick. Recently, with the meta being so aggressive, Kaja is just not as tanky as all the other sustainable engage heroes, and as a result, he is really bullied away from a lot of engagements. But what do the emblems tell about their game plan here, Mirko?
Well, again, I'm taking a quick look around. Nothing really stands out so far. Another onward, though, comes in to interrupt me. Tenacity all around for Dewa United and even for Geek Fam in the gold lane. You would expect the Brody to go for maybe even weapon mastery to push on the snowball a bit further. But knowing Chidera, he just wants to play it safe. He doesn't want to get ganked too much, so it's all about survivability for both of these teams.
It's about reliability, right? More damage would be great, but if you can't really output it, that's fine. But look at Dixon.
Oh, the Retribution has connected as well, but Dixon will have enough resources to escape. That's a wasted retry. It seems like it will be up just a little bit late. Lanaya, though, jumps in. No engages, no first blood here. First 2 minutes.
And again, this is what's dangerous about this Yuzong pick. Usually, if it was a Lapu, yeah, you'll get bullied the same level 1 to 3 against a Paquito, but level 4 is when you can really shift the tides. On Yuzong, even with level 4, I don't really think you can push the issue on the Paquito.
Well, Geek Fam definitely has more pressure in the early game so far, and they're going to try and use that for the turtle. But if level 4 rolls around, Dixon can really zone Geek Fam away with the crowd control immunity, with the Black Dragon form, which is why I think they were focusing more. Look at this!
Oh, good angle. Luke here, chunking keys. Luke, though, will be chunked as well, but it seems like the Earth Shadow does not connect, and the Retribution will fall to the hands of Nile. Take a look at Dewa, they're disengaging. Real world manipulation popped as well. Beloyski caught. Okay, Earth Shatter onto ways too, but first blood will go to the hands of Lanaya. Take a look at Kadena, Dixon low. A boy looking for the cheeky kill. It seems like a boy now caught. Lanaya finds a double. Luke will find the kill as well. It's a 2-4-1, but it's still Dewa United here. Looking for fights, Luke. Caught with the slow, but it's a 2-4-1, 2-4-2, technically.
Man, 2-4-2, but the turtle is taken by Geek Fam. I must say, that seems like a worthwhile trade for Dewa, considering that they should be behind in this matchup in the early game. But look at the time's prediction by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Mirko, you're the odd one out, but is this a curse?
4-2. That's all I'm going to say. You don't know where the 4-2 is going to be. But again, Chidera, ooh! This is what we expect from this Brody matchup. I will have to say, though, that Geek Fam definitely walked out of that trade with a better value onto the neutral objective over the kills. I don't want to highlight, though, Kaze. It was very weird that he was able to just flicker out of a petrified breath of the ocean. But then I looked back, saw tough boots, and even a shadow flicker from Mr. Beloy. Tough boots first item prioritized by Kaze. Well played. That tenacity will help him so much against a composition like this.
We've seen this meta rise in popularity. Doesn't matter if they have damage. If you pick a hero like the Yeef, you can always still be useful as long as you can output crowd control. And as we say that,
Divine Judgment, taunt to Beloyski. Bye-bye. Good pick off. Set it up by Dewa United. And with this, Watt can just take the gold shield turret. Take a look at the jungle there. A boy caught. Seems like
Whoa.
real relation top side has been popped as well. Kadera, not enough damage, not enough items. Appraisal's Wrath, boinking a member, but in the backside, it's Niall finding a kill. It's a 1-for-1.
Man, Dewa United is doing an amazing job just forcing GeekFam to really fight 5v5, which is not according to their game plan. And with a shift in tempo, they're going to move straight towards the turtle to try and see if they can bully Dewa instead.
Okay, turtle occupied by Dewa. Geek looking for the contest. Black Dragon form has been popped. Dixon trying to zone out. Remember, it's going to fall to those hands of Lanaya. Good timing. It seems like Dewa United. Oh! Beloyski!
Oh!
That's a very awkward engage. Divine Judgment connected and he gets taken out.
Yeah, he walked into that and we have a pause almost instantly.
Wow.
I believe that might be the reason for the pause. There was a quick reaction by Beloy in the face cam where he was kind of disappointed. I'm looking back at the replay right now to see exactly. Yeah, Beloy, it's unfortunate. I don't know who's this pause is from, by the way, but it might be because of that engage where he just walked in.
Well, that combination, right? A weird moment in the game and a pause. It's definitely not what we want to see in MPL ever. But for the moment, man, look at the fans. They are still here to represent Dewa United, man. Their fan base has been amazing considering the, I don't know, the age of the team, right? It's a relatively new team, but the fan base has been able to match up against the biggest of teams.
Man, looking at the business side of things, Dewa United really calculated, but still gambling.
Yeah, it's
in the way they play?
In the way they run business.
Even in the way they run. I mean, that's a fair point, I would say. But on the flip side, man, they are matching up against Geek Fam. I mean, the fan base from Geek Fam, I recall yesterday we were barely able to hear each other without with the fans. But here we go. The fans just showing support, enjoying MPL, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out. Come to the venue if you can.
Chefin in the building.
CITB.
What is that? Chefin in the building.
CITB.
Okay.
Is that a thing now?
CITB.
Make it a thing.
Make it a thing. All right, let's talk a little bit about the man you see on your screen right
Dixon.
here. We made his nickname last week, Big Dixon, right? Because he makes big moments happen in MPL Indonesia, the way he's able to playmake for the team. But this game, because he's been bullied so much, because he's been put into a losing matchup, I would say, he has just not been able to utilize any advantages or create any advantages for the team, even with the Black Dragon form earlier. I would say it was mainly Lanaya just out-retrying Niall.
Well, I also feel like the Black Dragon form really seems a bit forced. Usually you see teams really set up first, and then the Black Dragon form will push everyone back. But in these fights, you see Dixon just getting caught initially, taking like half his HP bar and damage, and then going with the Black Dragon form.
It's a DBDF, defensive Black Dragon form.
We're waiting for the gesture though. Bang! There we go.
That's it. That's the signal.
Back to the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, as the game resumes. Dewa and Geek Fam still.
Oh my, take a look at this. It's a potential invade. It seems like Beloyski will be committed. No, Dewa United, they know better. Seems like, oh, Appraisal's route on towards Beloyski. In the backside, it's going to be one member taken out. Geek Fam with the kill. But it seems like Beloyski now with the flicker will be able to escape. And Dewa United though, it's a turret for a kill.
Look at the other side of the map though. That is Luke just doing what he does best with an aggressive hero. Just trying to be as big of a nuisance as possible. As Dixon tries to stop him, he might be too late though.
And this is exactly what you do against playmaking, team fighting XP laners. You just duel them out of the lane, stay in the lane, and pin the lane down. Take these turrets and punish these active XP laners like Dixon.
As the game goes here, at about 8 minutes, the mid-game power spike will get even bigger, but look at Kadera escaping, but the other member ain't so lucky, man. A boy taken out.
And just like that, Dewa United, through pickoffs randomly across the map, they are able to still find these picks despite losing out on these turret takes towards Geek Fam, who have more map control. They're controlling neutral objectives quite well with the man advantage.
Okay, Lanaya ignoring the turtle now health HP. Okay, good zone by Dewa United, but in the mid, Keys pops up the real world manipulation, which Kadera comfortably maneuvers around it to clear the wave. Dewa United controlling fully on the turtle side of things. And Geek Fam, no answers to this. Perhaps top side will be the only compensation, but KY United will be in time to clear the wave, I feel like. No?
Wow, I mean, that's a very decisive move from Geek Fam as well. So they know that they can't really fight with the AoE, with the crowd control. So they're just pulling away Dewa United and waiting for a moment where they can get a pick off first, perhaps, and maybe really risking it all for an objective that's more critical, like the Lord, for instance.
And now, we'll take a look at the goal difference by UBS Gold. You can see a pretty big difference in the XP lane. Once again, this is what you can expect from a team fighting active XP laner compared to a dual E, wave clear E XP laner in the Paquito versus the Yu Zhong. Paquito staying in lane, clearing the waves, and pushing the pace macro-wise through neutral, through objective takes. Meanwhile, for Dixon, he's just looking for things on the map right now. And if they aren't able to find these pickoffs...
Oh, Beloyski almost isolated, but he will be committed. Suppression is well. Connects Nile, jumps in with Phantom Execution, trying to escape, but Beloyski will be the first one to fall. Dewa United now with the Petrify. Kadita will find a kill, almost. But take a look at Luke, top side, all the room he needs to, again, pressure that base turret. But it is still a dub, Luke now. Looking for an angle, but it seems like Geek Fam, they will have no business in fighting.
Seems like a painful game for Dewa United, man. Every second where the neutral objectives that they can use to bait Geek Fam into a fight, it's just such, it feels like it goes so slowly as Geek Fam just make the maneuvers around the map, and now we have yet another pause. So we can talk about this. Mirko, like, why is Geek Fam just able to do this, man? Dewa have engaged tools, but Geek just seems so slippery.
You gotta love the strategy from Geek Fam coming in all the way from the drafts, man. This has been set in their composition. It's a neutral objective composition. It wants to, go for neutral objectives with the Kadita and the Edith. But if they fail at that, like I said, there's always going to be plan B. There's always multiple dimensions to Geek Fam's game, and this is what we're really seeing from it. Meanwhile, for Dewa, the only real win condition I see is a good pickoff or a good team fight, right? Good dive, good team fight. Boom. You can see from here that they are baiting a lot of these team fights, a lot of these dives, a lot of these pickoffs, and they're finding something else on the map. It's the macro game that Geek Fam are exploiting against Dewa United, a composition that is pretty one-dimensional in their pickoff game, in their team fight game. As long as Beloyski is able to survive for quite a while with that Primal Wrath, it's certain that he can survive for quite a while. With a Flicker as well, buying more time, tough boots, getting out of that suppression faster. It all creates a system where it's just great for split pushes. No one is up there controlling the Paquito. And if anybody gets sent up there, they're going to lose out on the 4v4 for sure against this composition from Geek Fam. So it's always got to be a 5v4, and even then, it'll only be Beloyski usually who gets picked off. Everyone else can disengage very easily.
I mean, even if you use everything to try and get Beloyski of all people, it's still the roamer.
Yeah,
but if they
for
leave
a tier
him,
2.
But if they leave him alone for too long, he will still do a respectable amount of damage with the Primal Wrath as well. So, I mean, it feels like the Edith in the roaming position just makes you have that difficult choice situation. But for Dewa, man, this Kaja pick, we haven't seen it too often so far. And in this game, at least, you're not really seeing a lot of high-value Divine Judgments.
You know what? This is why I feel like we're talking about Kaja. It's somehow really fall out of popularity hero list, right? Sure, it sometimes works. It's a good lock. But knowing the compositions now in the meta, where it's all about huge crowd controls, big AoE type, Kaja just, I don't know, I feel like is a lack of that in that department.
Yeah, not really an initiation hero, more of a pick-off, single target hero. I get your concern.
Ulti-reliant.
Ulti-reliant, very. Very ulti-reliant, absolutely.
And I feel like it's difficult right now for Dewa, because even if they do go with an Divine Judgment, who is exactly responsible for following up and going for the burst damage? That's usually what we try and identify, but in this composition, everyone essentially does DPS and utility.
Yeah.
So I really feel like the Kaja was meant to be more of a defensive tool, right? Maybe if the Paquito gets too close and joins the fight, or the Kadita is waiting for a chance to go for a big combo, they can get punished by the Divine Judgment. But Geek Fam is making it very difficult for Dewa to actually get that chance. So far, we've seen it being used for the most part only on Beloyski.
Seems they're back in the game though. So far here, we're gonna get another bang and go start from our referee.
Yeehaw! Boom, bang, bada boink. As we go back into the Dawn of Dawn, where a boy has just got taken out.
Okay, let's take a deep breath here, right?
That's a pretty deep breath.
Okay, 1 kill, but it seems like economy-wise, still Geek Fam here leading. But then again, with a man down, DOA United will have more space to get the Lord. Geek Fam though, will they contest this? Seems like they are moving in closer. But yeah, no connection for team fight.
Right, they were about to just go for a fight without Watt. He was on the top side clearing. Now with 5 members available, Geek Fam's own members have respawned as well. It's back to the dance, and now with the conceal, they are looking for an opportunity.
Conceal play.
Finding Nile.
Seems like now the Lord will fall in the hands of Lanaya. Shotgun with the immortality will sandbag, will lose his immortality. Keys will die in the process. Luke in the backside providing damage, but Chaco will fall. It's a 2 for 0. But then you go. Dixon falls as well, as this is a disaster. Dewa United, they claim the Lord, but they lost 3 members.
Losing 3 for the first Lord. I think Geek Fam will take that any day. And this is their chance, man. They're going to try and get everything they can with the death timer still ticking for Dewa United.
These prolonged team fights for Geek Fam are just the key to victory, and the way that they're able to split Dewa up. Dewa are a composition that should work in these team fights, right? They should be able to get much more value than just the loss earlier. Wait a minute, Lanaya jumps in.
Oh, Nile overcommitting, overextending the basic attacks. Oh, real world manipulation though will lock and immobilize him down, and he will fall. Nile almost makes the great escape.
1 member down for Geek Fam, and the Lord is still in play. Geek Fam were unable to actually clear it out. They went for more aggression, and now with the waves pushing in, Dewa, they're just going around the place as 5, knowing that Geek Fam don't really have the same kind of control.
Psycho Fredrin. You can really see it in Lanaya's eyes, man. He's an absolute psycho this game. Just walking up, taking a lot of these objectives, even winning out on most of the retrees, if not all the retrees so far. And we have to take a look at his items here. Molten Essence into an Anti-Cuirass, into an Athena Shield. Understands there's going to be more burst damage coming in where he needs to just soak in compared to going for the Radiant Armor. Where, again, yes, you take more damage consistently. You can take in more damage consistently. But in this case, I have to agree with him. Against this Kadira, you want to try to survive the onslaught of damage at first. And the Anti-Cuirass, man, looking at Geek Fam, most of their damage, if not all of their damage, will come from skill. Storm Apart Memory, skill 1, Nile even with the Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution. So Lanaya is getting so much value out of these 2 items. That's why he's unkillable.
I mean, he's also 5-0, man. We were talking about Nile being the highlighted jungler, but on the other side, Lanaya wants to show everyone that boy gets pulled.
Flicker onward, real revelation as well. Take a look at the damage of Beloyski is receiving, taunt everything. And then finally he falls. Geek Fam without Beloy, they will not engage more in a fight.
Wow, man. Dewa United, their frontliners, like you said, Mirko, are just so unkillable at this point. It feels like Geek Fam can't really take a head-on team fight.
And remember the concern I said in the draft, they need more DPS in their comp. Brody, yes, has DPS, but he's more bursty. He needs those skills to land. And when you bank on everything being skill damage, the Anti-Cuirass gets so much value. At this point, I think he can go for Steel Leg Plates and just play more for the physical defense. But no, Lanaya's built into a Sky Guardian helmet, folks. He knows that he's tanky enough. He doesn't need any more defense traits. All he needs is HP. He has a sustain built in already in his kit. He has the physical, magical, and now he's going to have a ton of HP.
Ooh, look at Dewa just go committing immediately, but they might trade a member for it. Wow, look at Luke though.
Going in, looking for the play.
Okay, real revelation. Luke falls, good kill. But it seems like now the orange buff will be in contest. Dewa United, they got the Lord, though they will lose Dixon. Luke, wow, that's a little bit over committing there. Dewa United now, economy has shifted towards their side.
I mean, that was so desperate for Luke, man. It seems like he really wanted to get something in exchange for this Lord. But now Geek Fam, despite all their tactics, their intelligence, they're really being pushed down by Dewa United, with the Lord marching down as well. can expect Dewa to really manage these waves and look for opportunities to just destroy all the structures from GeekFam.
GeekFam need to go back to what made their team fights very, very good. Splitting Dewa United up. If it's a front to back that Dewa has been able to make work the past 2 team fights, it's not going to work out for them. They cannot burst Lanaya as fast as Dewa can burst GeekFam's frontliners.
Okay, base turret bottom side will be taken down. Dewa United full siege. It seems like the Kaja has been proving me wrong. I love it. I love it. And it seems like GeekFam now, what will they do with this 2,000 gold lead?
This late in the game, man, the fact that the gold balance has swung means that Dewa has all the control, and Geek are the ones that have to look for something unless they get caught out first.
Oh, Shaco!
Ooh!
Oh! Seems like Beloyski now taking damage. Dewa United, will they be able to find a kill? It seems like not this time.
And you can really see now the value of that Kaja pick. Like you mentioned, Goni, GeekFam, they're trying their best to get intelligence, to try and find these targets they can really burst down from Dewa United. But the fact that the Kaja is always waiting on the sides makes it very difficult. You can see them just struggling to match the movement and control.
And now, maybe we can say that earlier, the reason we're not seeing as much impact as we're seeing now for the Kaja is because they were just lacking the damage to burst people down when Shaco gets a Divine Judgment. Now with Watt having his power spike, yeah, everybody's going to be melted down. Not just the backliners, even the frontliners will be melted down by this attack speed build that Watt has went for. And yes, he has everything, even a Windtalker built into his kit. Lanaya, wow.
Okay, jumps in, gets the taunt as well. Nile now with the endless battle will deal true damage, but take a look at the backside mini-map. Shaco will be able to shoot a boy out. Beloyski with the onward connected, but no follow-up. Beloyski losing his immortality and practically losing his life as well. Dewa United. Wow, 2,000 gold lead, and take a look at the Lord just in time. It's a 5v4, I don't know. GeekFam, can they contest this?
Without a roamer, without the main playmaking tool, that is just so difficult. GeekFam might have to gamble for this. If they let go of this Lord, they don't really have the high ground composition to defend it either. We see they're grouping around, looking for a chance.
I don't know about this. They're going to have to look for an in and out. Nile needs to be able to just go in with the Phantom Execution, look for that red tree, but Dewa are not letting that happen.
Say Black Dragon form connected. Nile, though, will be zoned out. Dixon trying to zone a boy out, perhaps looking for a pickoff as well. But that is enough space for Dewa United to connect this Lord. Oh! I was about to say no contest, but Nile proved me wrong. He will be taken out though, but that will be GeekFam securing the Lord.
The newest addition to the team has stalled the game for GeekFam, but Dewa United, they want more.
Oh my god, Flicker, Divine Judgment connected on towards Luke. Dixon will fall. Dewa United now Watts, free hitting in the backside. Looking for a kill. Beloyski. Oh, aggressive. Too aggressive. Beloyski gets taken out. Now it's a 3v4 challenge. Watts, Wind of Nature. Good timing. Oh, will have his life. And GeekFam gets the Lord. And with a 3-man push, they might get 2 base turrets here.
Shaco, Lanaya, and Keys still available. With a high ground mage, they might be able to defend unless GeekFam just cycles their death timers, but that seems like exactly what they're trying to do. If a boy lands a great combo right here, that could be what they need. Dewa United will try and stop it.
Okay, base turret, bottom side will be taken out. Dewa United Esports.
Wow.
They are the ones who were on the offense 3 minutes ago. And it seems like now they are slowly but surely defending.
All right, man. We gotta slow it way down. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment first by Dunia Game, and I want to highlight that Windtalker. No boots for Watt, and that might actually be the reason as to why GeekFam were able to catch up against this Claude earlier in the skirmish. Despite a Wind of Nature popped in, Watt wasn't able to run away from these dashes from the Paquito. On top of that, let's talk a little bit about that steal. I think that steal has to be the spotlight. Nile, the hero that GeekFam needed at the time, and he definitely came through. Lanaya, he made a mistake. He retreated early. Whether you like it or not, that retreat, man, oh my goodness. Lanaya has been absolute class the entire game, but Nile's showing him that it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of these retreats. He got one retry win, and it's the one that counts, man.
And we talked about this, man. The later the game goes, who is able to capitalize more? Who is able to have more composure in the middle of all these chaotic moments of the game? And for now, it's going to be Geek Fam, but Dewa United, with their late game composition, Keys has finished up the Enchanted Talisman and a Divine Glaive as well. He will be now yet another target that Geek Fam needs to deal with before they even try and do anything.
The real-time win probability by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, it's very deceiving. It's back and forth. Because really, who has the hole in this game, it comes down to the execution. If Geek Fam can split Dewa United's front-to-back composition, if they can make it messy, just like the steal earlier, then they have a chance to win this game. If they can even use their macro to now push in that far lane, up top, to look for another base turret, to make Dewa split in these positions, it's another win. Meanwhile, Dewa, all they need to do is form a line and go for a team fight.
As long as they don't make a mistake, they will be fine. Nile now still very aggressively trying to make sure he has info. He has a chance to go for a steal yet again. But look at Dewa, man. They are more set up in this Lord Pit. Fortunately, the base turrets from both these teams are still standing. So still going to be a bit of a dance. And now it's Geek leading it, actually. Seems like Dewa are just that bit more tentative. But you can see that Luke already is trying to do his thing on the far side.
This is going to be very tricky for both teams, especially Dewa United, who was ahead. Take a look at Watt and Shako indeed. Good setup. Okay, Lord, we said it
No,
here.
Shako.
Shako with the concealed play. Kadera! Perfect targeting with Nature. Will it be enough? Both marksman pops the win of Nature, but it will be Watt this time. A boy falls as well, as Watt will lose his mortality. But Nile now also loses immortality to the backside, though. It will be Beloski trying to tank the damage. There's interruption by Nile, and he survives almost. He gets taken out. There's just two members now defending. Luke and Boloy, will they be able to delay this game? 30 seconds is they need to wait for Chidera to be up.
They're still going for it. They're not waiting for the Lord to go on Luke.
Oh, things are looking bad to worse now. Beloyski defending alone. And it seems like with Edith, you will not be able to defend. Dewa United Esports gets the first game.
Dewa United has pulled off the upset. Geek Fam, the favorites, has fallen. And now they are behind 1 point in this very exciting matchup.
Watt is staying true to his name. What was that? Woo! He outplayed the entire team. What is real? What?
That is crazy, man. I thought for sure that was over. He was so low. He was getting taken out by two really high burst heroes in the game. But somehow, some way, he made the maneuver work and juked the whole entirety of Geek Fam. Dewa United, man, showing to everyone that we are not just here to entertain. We are here to take over.
We've seen names, supers, being shown across MLBB, but one man has it in his title. Super Awat Supriyadi. Season 1 veteran, all the way to Season 12, and he still makes the mechanical plays!
Oh my god.
Age and time, it's nothing to Watt.
A lot of people think that if you're out of the scene for, what, a year or two, it's over. You're not in the same level. You don't have the same mindset. Watt is just breaking all the barriers right now, man.
Okay. Technically, Watt was in MDL. So professionally, he wasn't off.
True, he was never off,
the level MDL and MPL, sure, there's a huge gap. But yeah, I mean, wow, what a performance!
Yes, what a performance by Watt. Watt, you can only say Watt after that play, Arashi. Watt, the name and the word.
What in the world was that, man? That was so good. I mean, of course, the whole team performed amazingly as well. The whole early game, Lanaya. Wow. We were talking about all these different possibilities for Dewa United, and Lanaya was one of the last ones to actually make it onto the roster. And now he's showing, like, this is why he deserves to be in it, man. That Fredrian, I think he was 0 deaths all the way till the end.
I mean, is it even a question who the player of the game is? 2-1 and 12. A lot of people will say, hey, this is a utility Claude. it doesn't matter, all right? 2-1-12, he doesn't get the kills, but he certainly did the damage enough to win the game for the team. And the item swaps, I would say that Immortality, and he bought the Anti-Cuirass. I believe he also went for Rose Gold towards the end, right? With a Nature,
first,
to the Immortality, to the Rose Gold.
Okay.
An absolute beast. Again, you don't expect this from a quote-unquote old player. He's been in the game from Season 1. There is no logical reason as to how he can be this good. Oh my god, what is a phenomenal player, man. Every single time we see him back in the day in MDL GPX, we always think, I want to see him back in MPL. We want to see him back in MPL.
Yep.
And he's finally here.
As I remember when the Mages were still a valid pick in the gold lane, this man could still perform on them as well. That is crazy, man. He's just opening shop with all the items.
Jeez.
And again, surprising us, exceeding all our expectations. We talk about Geek Fam being the more experienced team, but technically, Dewa United, man, they have this man as the ace in the hole.
Wow, what a performance by the vet, leading the young rookies, quote-unquote, of Dewa United. Will they solidify themselves here? Because earlier on there was an asset. If Dewa United wins, they will jump to 4th place.
All the way, man. And they're going to break the win streak of Geek Fam as well. That has to be a tough blow to your mental state, man. But let's take a look at some of the highlights here. By the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. In the early game, it was very brutal with all the burst damage available from Geek Fam. But they did a great job just maneuvering around.
Again, man. Across the board, it was Lanaya, showing that his consistency is better than the flashy plays for Geek Fam. But this was one of the plays, one of the fights that Geek Fam were able to win. How? Through splitting them up. Luke completely split up the backliners to the frontliners, but in a lot of these situations, there were Lord Steals, and there you go, Lanaya. Appraiser's Wrath into the Retribution, comboed in, but he did not calculate it well enough, and Nile was absolutely punished. Dewa decided to go for more, and it ended up being a disaster for them because they've already depleted a lot of their resources earlier for the Lord take. This is something that Dewa needs to get better at. You know, this game could have been way cleaner for Dewa United, but here, no analysis is necessary for this. It's just we need to... It's just he's good. He's just better. That is the analysis here. What in the world? How do you do this? This is the biggest I am him performance in Season 12 so far.
Look at that, the swaps, man. You can see that. I think Geek Fam were just completely off guard. Just like that. He just slides away, man. Smooth operator. Almost getting a kill there as well. And from there, I think the fate was sealed, man. Dewa just has so many more tools to go for engages, go for the catches, and they take out Geek Fam in game number 1. You know,
who let him cook, bro?
Very interesting turn of events, man. That was a bit of a back and forth, but I think it shows again that the Kaja, if you do have the frontliners to back him up, when you have the damage to back him up as well, it is definitely a huge threat. And Geek Fam just weren't ready to anticipate it because the early game, the whole early game, the Kaja wasn't really doing all so much.
And okay, I have to... Okay, Arashi, through the last 2 days, I've been playing Fredrin a lot. You know, me and you and Gani, we've been playing a lot of Fredrin. Me, personally, right?
Yep.
And you always see my items, Dreadnought Armor. Yesterday, did you remember the items I went for against a Brody Ling? To steal light plates into a Dreadnought Armor, into the Anti-Cuirass, and even more physical defense. Brute Force, right?
Yep.
This is basically the story here. There's too much skill damage from the side of Geek Fam. Too much physical skill damage. That's all they're relying on. Basic attacks don't work at this point for the Brody, right? I mean, the Brody has a DHS, but he's not able to melt anyone down without the help of Skill 1 and obviously the Torn Apart Memory. Lancelot, Thorn Rose, and the Phantom Execution. Paquito, the jabs, you're not basic attacking. And that's why you're seeing so many anti-cuirasses across the board. Even Watt, my guy, the gold laner, went for the anti-cuirass. Everybody who's going to be in the front line, everybody who has small range will be anti-cuirass holders. And with the help of the Tenacity emblem, it's even they're even tankier. And it's just, that's the problem for them. They cannot, well, for Geek Fam, they cannot burst any of these frontliners. On top of that, Athena Shield.
Yep. I mean, I think part of their strategy was to utilize this Edith as a bit of a DPS machine. He does, Baloyski did with a Starlium Scythe, so he was attempting to just back it up, but he was also in the front. And against a late game comp of Dewa United, you see that Beloyski was not able to survive for very long at all. And that's one of the weaknesses if you want to use the Edith as a secondary damage dealer. You need someone else to also help out in the front. And when your AXP laner is a Paquito, Luke was doing damage, was being aggressive, but he cannot tank damage the same way.
I'm just shaking my head. You guys can't see it, but I'm just shaking my head. The carry, the rich guy, and the X Factor. I mentioned it all the way in the early parts pregame. Remember? Dewa United, they're very solid, all four of them, and then they have this X Factor. When the game becomes a bit unstable in the late game, you look at this man, Super Awat Supriyadi, to just make a random play, because that was truly a random play. Just jumped in against a Kadena Brody on a Claude. Who does that, bro? Who does that?
He's like an anchor, man, like a rock, you know, immovable. Do what you want to him, he is gonna do his thing, man. What?
He's an unstoppable force. He is the Jawhead ultimate.
We've been singing praises about him all the way since the beginning of the season when he first exploded into the scene. But I'm still like so confused that so late in the season, he is still exceeding our expectations that has been rising since the beginning of the season.
These are the things I would do in my ranked games, but I would get a completely different outcome. I would do the same thing, you know? Battle Mirror Image into a Brody Kadena. But yeah, no kills.
But let's not forget though, right? I mean, the one initiator from that play, it was Shackle. Conceal, Divine Judgment, not even the flicker wasted, I believe, right? Just in time, unfortunately for Chidera. Wrong place, wrong time. Flicker, Divine Judgment, done. Flickered out, Wind of Nature, but that was super mature. The damage of the DPS at that point for Watt was just too much.
It's just at the right moment, man.
Exactly.
You really wonder how the heck are these pro players just seeing everything so clearly? And I think it's because of the device, man. The Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G with some epic specifications, man. I mean, Mirko, you wanna pull out some data for this?
All right, guys. Okay, listen. If you guys want to play like Watt, if you want to play like these pro players up on stage, these MPL ID GOT. That's what I'll call them. 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, large RAM up to 12 gigabytes and 5G connectivity. If you're not a specs guy, it basically means no lag, no problem. All right, all your games smooth. That's all. What can I say after that game? Smooth operator by Watt on the smooth device with perfect capturing of nightography as well. Let's say you want to play some video games, Arashi, it can do that. But even if you want to be a social media guy, take some selfies at night, take some pictures, some great pictures at night, nightography, we've got you. All you need to do is visit the website that Arashi has more info on.
Well, Samsung.com/ID and play with Epic with the Galaxy S22 Series 5G. And of course, just enjoy the peak of engineering, man.
I mean,
whatever you need.
I mean, you saw we got 7 weeks of MPL. A lot of top plays are in MPL ID, and this is one of the main reasons devices. What? Earlier, that play, that solo play with Chaco, of course. Let's not forget about him. But with that solo mechanics was with Samsung.
Man, Samsung just enabling the players, man. And I think we have to give credit to the Roamers for sure, because I think without Beloy, the early game for Geek Fam also wouldn't be as dominant. He was doing a great job just confusing the opposition. And on the side of Dewa, in the late game, that's where Shaco really shines. So I think towards game number 2, adjustments are available for both these teams. And I do wonder, man, there is a chance that like both these teams just flip their strategy. And now Geek Fam might go for that late game, and Dewa can go for that early game, because Geek is known to make adaptations, and if you guys are struggling with Danja, for instance, you need to adapt, my guy, and go for Head and Shoulders, and don't let your match become a mess, bro. Because a wet, itchy Danja, ew. Move on to Head and Shoulders, get the Gatot Kacha Special Edition.
Wait, where did you get that from?
We don't talk about that. But be 100% confident, because the wet and itchy Danja will be wiped out.
Give me that.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. This morning, we actually all use Head and Shoulders, fun fact.
Yeah, together? So, okay, I'll have to be honest with you guys. I keep Head and Shoulders, all the different variants from the Gatot, Eudora, and the Tigreal one all at home. And hey, there's 3 guys earlier this morning to go and, use shampoo. So I got you covered, guys. Whatever you want, we've got you.
Are you saying if you collect all 5, you can you gain powers?
Maybe.
All 5 combinations.
I mean,
Go get it.
I
Arashi.
didn't try
Confirm it.
Well, you guys can confirm your skills as well by registering for the MLBB Indonesia Community Cup from September 15th
Why?
to October 27th.
What do I get if I win?
A total prize of IDR 210 million.
Okay, but
Do I
what
have that
else?
Right? Do I
What
have
else?
that right? That's crazy.
What else, Arashi?
What else? You can watch
MDL. You get an MDL slot.
Yes.
2 slots are available for you
That's
to
true.
win. And on top of that, hey, you want to go and support Indonesia in M5 in the
How?
Philippines?
How?
All you need to do is win, buddy. It's not that hard. Well, it is pretty hard.
Just win. Nah,
Just win. Just
Destroy the base
destroy the
and you're
crystal.
done.
You have to perceive, achieve, because you believe, man.
All right, Rockhold. Let's talk a little bit about the 2 game plans here for Geek Fam and Dewa United. We mentioned that in that game, Geek had multi-level dimensional plays.
Right.
What I mean by that is, again, plan A, plan B, plan C. If the neutral objectives don't work, they can obviously go for the macro play, which they did. Unfortunately, though, it gets capped. You cannot continuously just push out that side lane and end the game in this particular game. Why? Well, because it was too early. Early on, again, if you constantly just push up in the base turret as a Paquito who went for tank build, the turret still had that passive. It will stop you from doing that. It will stop you from going for any split pushes. And I will have to say, Dewa played it phenomenally. That's why they were ignoring it so much. And that's why they were just forcing neutral objectives. They know there was no threat of an actual split push ending the game in the early minutes. That's why we never saw Dixon go up top, maneuver back and forth to save the turret. And that calculation gave them the advantage of having more neutral objective control, of having more pressure, and forcing Beloy to constantly open up, putting himself in a vulnerable position where, again, there was pick-off composition strives in.
Well, we'll see if the same kind of game plan does come through, because honestly, for Geek Fam, a lot of people have been saying that the first game always seems slightly a bit weaker, because they do experiment and try out new things.
That's what happened yesterday.
We did say it's a bit dangerous to do that now, but Geek Fam still has full confidence, so let's see. First pick right now, the Fredrin taken away from Lanaya.
All right, still the Terizla band coming in with the Angela and the Bruno. So for Geek Fam, despite the problems they faced earlier, they'll choose to say, we just failed the execution for that game. We had so many more ways to actually come back and win, but unfortunately, Dewa just executed a bit better. And with a Fredrin pick here, Gani actually mentioned it in game number 1 that the Baksha becomes a very good option to go for, limiting the sustain with anti-regen and that mobility plus clear. If you get a little edge in the early game, that snowball is, it's crazy.
Snowballing Baxia, literally rolling towards you, man. I feel like so far, with the 3 picks we see on screen right now, it's still possible for both to transition to an early game or a late game. I think this is a bit of an adjustment period where they're trying to hide as much as possible, but unfortunately for Geek Fam, they're going to be forced to show their hand a bit early. We'll have to see if it's going to be a bit more of a flex situation, or are they going to go for prio heroes. In draft phase 1, previous game, number 1, they were unable to secure a good gold laner, and now they take the Claude, but they also take this Gourd.
With this Gourd and Claude, it seems like Geek Fam, they can play it close, but they can also play it with range, right? But then again, Dewa United, with the formation that they are trying to cook, it seems like it's a front-to-back type of composition. For both teams can still go front to back technically, right? Baxia, of course, can dive really easily, but he can also do a lot more kiting, a lot more frontlining. It seems like mobility will be the name of the game for the side of Dewa, man. They're trying to speed through Geek and maybe get their hands on a boy who will be on that very immobile Gourd.
I mean, going up against a composition that is immobile, it's only logical to go for mobility to try to counter that immobility and a capped range for the Gourd and the Claude. Very easy to punish with a dive composition. This game this Gourd might be a bit elusive though. It is an illusion. When Geek Fam picks Gourd, they always have something brewing. in the back. Yesterday it was the Khalid pick, right? So they are baiting out some dive heroes from Dewa to reveal these XP laners early, or to reveal the jungler early, something like an assassin, and then they will utilize that to turn it around. They'll instead bully the assassin or the XP laner with a winning matchup for Luke or Nile.
That is definitely still a varied option. But for Dewa, they ban away this Edith that was used by Geek, so it will no longer be available, especially with a Fredrin and Tao, right? Two frontliners, that is the kind of combo you want to have when you are trying to use an Edith. But for Geek Fam now, that's the question. Again, so much mobility. Are they going to try and ban away disengaged heroes? Because the last thing you want, if you're on a composition that can run away, they can disengage, is to be forced to fight in places that you don't want to be. So far, they have the Fredrin's crowd control, as well as the Mystic Projectile, but maybe they want something more to guarantee it. But they're banning away that Lapu, just in case counter-engaging AoE gets to be a problem in the back line of Geek Fam.
You know what I find interesting as well here, Arashi, in addition to that? It's just Edith, right? It's so, somehow so popular in that game, in the first game. First phase doesn't go through. Now, it's gonna go through the first phase, banned out. So it seems like both Geek and Dewa, they really don't prioritize this Edith pick.
Yeah, I mean, after the loss in game number 1, I don't think we'll see a lot of Edith here in this series. And they want to try to stay away from it now in the first phase at least, and try to build their composition in a way where it's a bit more reliable, right? That Edith, we didn't really get to see the Edith perform that well in game number 1, Arashi. Bought a lot of time, but that's about it. No damage as well, even with the flicker forward. Now I would say for Geek Fam, this Gordon pick might not be an illusion anymore like yesterday. It might just be, you know what, we want to play front to back. Because the Lapu ban is present. They banned out the Lapu, a hero that can dive to the back, who has anti-CC, who cannot be peeled. If they go for another one, there you go, an export can dive to the back. Now, it's clear that they want to play for the Gord. I'm expecting something like a Minotaur even, to just cover up for the Gord even more.
I mean, keep in mind, the Gord does have the true damage,
Ruby,
which is it's amazing to deal with heroes like the Baxia that is just so tanky due to resistances. But like you mentioned, Mirko, the Ruby, this is, I believe, actually the Ruby is more well known to be used by Shaco, technically.
Both.
But of course, Beloyski, he is no pushover in that Ruby gameplay as well. Dewa now, will they expose their roamer first, or gonna keep that to try and make it more situational?
I think they can open up an EXP here, right? They can save it for Shaka, open up a hero for EXP, but no, they will go for the same route. With the Kaja, it worked in the first game. Again, I wasn't convinced, but with the type of play that Chaco played in the first game, yeah, the boy proved me wrong.
I would actually say there's more value to be seen from the Kanja pick in game number 2 here compared to game number 1, because the Claude is very vulnerable to that Divine Judgment, especially the Gord. One flicker Divine Judgment onto the Gord, who cannot purify out of this. It might be the end of that front-to-back composition that they're working hard to build.
Well, this is what you come to expect from Geek Fam, man. When they're able to have multiple ways of engaging. Right now, I see 3. They might add 1 more right here in the hands of Luke, and that is where it starts being difficult. Early in the team fight, you just have to worry about Beloyski. If you don't get hit by an onward, generally you're pretty okay. Now, even an Arlet, there is a lot of crowd control, and I think the tides have turned, man. Geek Fam is not just a front to back, they won't be moving backwards. They are gonna try and get the pickoffs instead.
I mean, 4 heroes from side of Geek Fam can crowd control, technically, right? A lot of elements in that department. Fredrin, Gord, Arlet, Kufra, Dewa United. What are you going to do? How are you going to engage? Perhaps the Kaja is the answer. Again, play more reactively. Kaja misses the revenge. You go for the Divine Judgment. But the Uranus, though, I did not see this one coming.
This is a bit difficult, though, because for Geek Fam, they have a Claude. We saw that in the late game with the right build. That Claude can definitely do an insane amount of damage. So it's not really the same way as going up against an Irithel. And keep in mind, again, the true damage available from Geek Fam, I think will be enough to really punish this Uranus if he oversteps. So I think a lot of pressure is on Dixon, and I think I'm gonna bet that he will be going for like a Purify.
All right, trying to look at it again to see how this composition, these two compositions can be utilized here. For Dewa United, I understand why they went for the Uranus, right? I mean, there's a lot of CC, but there's no true lockdown CC. All the CC can be purified very easily, and that's what Uranus went for. Dixon, this time on the Uranus. This is going to be a very, very scary Uranus to deal with, man, if you do not shut him down in the early stage of the game, or if the Claude gets shut down.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go straight into game number 2 between Geek Fam and Dewa United. Let's see if Dewa can pull out the clean sweep, or if Geek will start mounting a reverse sweep.
Let's see who will grab it first here, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Dewa United with the clean sweep, or will it be Geek Fam with the equalizer?
Let's take a look, man. In the early game, Lanaya on this Baxia is going to be clearing so much, instantly invading. And the Uranus already having more prio in the bottom lane. The board as well. Seems like he will be able to steal one camp, but no. Okay, he will be able to.
Okay, there's an engage. Dixon trying to escape. Lanaya has no shield unity. It's a 3v4. Beloyski Chunk still holding on towards that flicker. Gets the Cyclone Eye for Aboy and Luke to find more space. No first blood here in the first minute.
Let's take a look at the emblems for both of these teams. Life Drain, a very interesting choice to go for here by Aboy, trying to utilize this wave clear to get more sustain in lane. On top of that, wait, Shaco wants to go for a steal.
Oh, Beloyski now jumps in. Shaco will be able to have the space. No, I might be wrong. He flickers out. But Dewa United here will have enough cover for Dixon to go home.
Shaco will need to be a bit more careful, man. That Mystic Projectile is absolutely deceptive. The Geek Fam are able to actually push Dewa back from the situation, but like we mentioned, this Uranus needs to be handled before it just gets out of control.
Yeah, we gotta give I gotta give Shaco props, man. Both these games went for a Brave Smite on the Kajen and actually has helped him so much to invade, to sustain in these invades and get out just barely. On top of that, though, something that's quite interesting is the Quantum Charge on the Kufra. Ghani's the Kufra player here. We've seen Concussive Blast, we've seen different type of emblems, but the Quantum Charge, is that like a value pick?
This is my set, a Quantum Charge Kufra. Why? You can't really get much value, right, from the Brave Smite. You can't really get value, but oh, there's his catch. Beloyski on towards Keys and as well as Naya. No for yet, but he will flicker out of the way as it seems like the damage here wasn't really enough. Dewa United, though, they are still being oppressive. Knowing that Beloyski is low, they might go for an aggressive play. Purple buff will fall to the hands of Lanaya. Niall, no purple buff. Dixon, though, diving in. A little too much there. First blood falls to the hands of the Geek Fam.
I might have missed seeing, but did Dixon take that purple buff instead? I mean, it's still not ideal, especially because it got taken out, but overall, that is Niall just having a very difficult time. Looking at the talent predictions right here, there's a bit of a change, but I think it's still very equal, showing again how competitive this series is deceptively. But look at Lanaya, man. He is just so ahead in EXP. It's kind of ridiculous. Baxia thing.
Just Baxia things. It's very rarely that we get to see a Fredrin win out against the Baxia because of the superior mobility, I would say. Lanaya is able to just make these maneuvers into the other side of Niall's jungle before Niall can even comprehend what's going on. He can only clear out his own camps in the bottom lane while the entire jungle of that top side gets controlled and taken away by Dewa United. And on the other side, this is the thing. I honestly don't feel like Luke on the Arlet can fully bully Dixon. He has kill threat if someone helps, but that's it.
Exactly. Not enough damage solo. I think his role will really shine in the middle of a big fight or a skirmish with the turtle coming in maybe soon. And look at this. Oh, Mystic Gush.
Good taunt, good pick off, but it seems like Lanaya will be able to soak that damage. Now, though, jumps in with the taunt as well. Lanaya will not be able to escape. Pops the Puissance. Oh, good final slap.
No way.
Locking him down, and Lanaya finally taken down. Good catch. Shaco out of position. Also gets taken down. It's a 2-kill for Geek Fam. Wow.
It's not a lot of burst damage, but eventually you will fall. That is going to be the Baxia, but maybe the Uranus is going to be not as easy later on. The turtle is up though, but Geek Fam aren't going for it.
Because they simply can't. I mean, Niall's still 2 behind. With that kill, they didn't buy enough time to go for the turtle. They still take quite a while. They don't even have prio in the mid lane despite getting those 2 kills. So it's still Dewa with XP and mid control.
Okay, let's see. It's a 4v4. Ooh, good block. Nile though, out of nowhere finds a red trade. Lanaya will give damage. Reward manipulation has been popped as well. But it seems like now no bloods, no bodies will be traded.
Wow, man, that's interesting turn of events. I thought Dewa United for sure had it with the pull they got onto a boy with a Divine Judgment, but Geek Fam somehow managed to salvage it, and now it's still looking pretty equal. But look at the Mythic Gush!
Good timing. Ooh, good composure as well. Watt could have popped the sprint, but it seems like his calculation, you know what? I'm gonna be A-okay. I can go home, but yeah, he will have to recall.
Yeah, and I thought Chidera would, or sorry, not Chidera, a boy would have flickered forward with that Mystic Gush, but he held off. I would say it's pretty good calculatively because Shaco was there.
Okay, good shield unity. Puissance as well. A boy! Will he be able to escape this? He forced to use the flicker. But it seems like now, Geek Fam, they are maintaining this healthy lead, I might say, in the 6th minute, right? Almost 1,000 gold lead.
Now, Geek Fam, they're trying to push the tempo as much as possible, but Dewa, they have the double cut happening in the base. Credit to Dixon for the situation, and they are the ones dictating the tempo. They are making a play on possibly a flag here.
Still playing, does not mount to anything, but real world revelation now pops. Beloyski, jump wrong, flicker, rage, cancelled by the Divine Judgment. Take a look at Beloyski as he falls, and Kadera will not be able to find a kill. Geek Fam, they overcommitted. Beloyski looking for the play, but it does not work.
Over, just trying too hard to make the play happen, forcing it. Now Lanaya, once again, just takes it away just like that. No respect whatsoever to Nail.
Gotta give props to Shaco. That trigger discipline on the Divine Judgment. He didn't use it initially. He waited all the way for that flicker. So it burnt out a disengaged tool for Beloyski that was looking for, a big play. Then he got punished heavily for it. And now they have a lot of pressure to play with. Luke though.
Final slash pops the flicker from Keys. Luke though, defensive flicker as well, but what? Oh my god, it will not have enough range, but Baksha will, and the mid lane falls as they trade for the turtle. It's a kill for the turtle and the mid. And Dewa United, they're very, very aggressive. A boy though caught in that mid side as well. Oh my god, deja vu to game 1.
What a disaster, man. A boy was trying to clear, but the Mystic Gush just came a bit too late. Now Dixon.
Beloyski catching with the commitment. Damage, will it be there? Let's say Shaco soaking the damage. He gets taken out by Chidera. Real manipulation catching 3 as Watts just free hits in the backside. And Beloyski and Chidera taken out.
Wow, Dixon just standing there unfazed. And Dewa United had found such a value play right there. You cannot stick together usually, but against this comp even more. Watt just completely demolished everyone.
I'm telling you, man, there's so much time that Dewa can buy in a lot of these skirmishes because their frontliners are just too tanky, too sustainable. Taking a look at the items here, look at what Lanaya is doing. Steel leg plates into a Radiant armor. Now full respect. He might actually go for the Dreadnought armor next to just respect even more that ability damage. And then with these sub items being built up
completely by both Lanaya and Dixon. So I think Kadera is usually the main key that Geek Fam uses to output damage. So respecting him, I think, is a pretty solid situation.
Okay. But again, I do want to mention, wait a minute, Red Tree?
No,
Lanaya gets it.
How?
Oh my god, take a look at the connection as well in the backside. Luke now chunked to a 60% HP, even to a 0% almost. Real world manipulation will lock him down as Keys finds the kill. No more engage tool for Geek Fam. Take a look at the catch. Shaco might be caught here. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Dewa United, will they commit to this Lord? It's Chidera, wild, blazing duet in the backside. Keys pops on commit to the Lord.
Then the longer the game goes, the more difficult it will be for Dewa. Because right now, Avital is deceptively strong in the early game, so he can really kite away, do damage, and be safe. But once Beloyski and Nile gets more items, get more tanky, it's going to be very difficult for Watt to be the main damage dealer. You're going to rely more on Keys as well. So you're really seeing a bit of that as Nile and Beloyski start really moving in more dominant fashion, more confidently against the threats of Dewa United.
The Kaja usually would be,
Oh, Divine Judgments. Baloyski now caught. Can he be saved? It seems like the answer is no. He's with the secure kill. And it seems like Dewa United, you know what? I don't want to be greedy. Let's just take one and move on towards the Lord. Wait to bait more information out of Geek Fan.
Just like that, dude. You just cannot risk it against Dewa United. They really pulled the trigger on it.
They really did.
And again, it's about the long-lasting team fights here with the Braves Might with the sustain.
My God, what? Again! Game 1 he did it, but this time he won't be able to. Chadera finds the match. Real world manipulation now still in hand for the side of Keys, but no. Dewa United finds the Lord.
Okay, that one was a bit weird, right? He got the kill already, but then he decided to walk into the Blazing Duet. I think he thought he had a Wind of Nature,
Maybe.
but unfortunately he went for the Great Dragon Spear instead of the Wind of Nature. So more offense, not so much defense. Whether he makes a good play or a bad play, you can always use his name. What?
What?
And we'll take a look at that play in an instant replay. Beautiful heavy crossbow jumping in, and here it is, which was weird. Yeah, that was really weird. I don't know if it was the attack assist bringing him back. I honestly feel like he just, unfortunately, had like the bottom side of your thumb. I don't know if you guys have experienced this. Touch the screen on the analog and he dragged down. That happens a lot to me, man.
It's unfortunate, maybe, right? He had the movement speed buff, so he removed the analog stick a bit, but not enough to get out. But you see Geek Fam, they can clear the Lord quite efficiently now. They might be trying to go for a bit of a punish.
Okay, Dixon now will not be able to be taken down just yet. Dewa United here, similar story as game 1. It's minute 12, they're leading comfortably. Can Geek Fam recover?
Remember, Dewa are one step closer to securing playoffs and to basically break the chance of the other teams.
Oh my God, take a look at the stun. Real word of relation will lock 3 men down as well. Boy and Baloyski now will fall. Oh my God, Dewa United doing the crazy things in the second game as well. As 1, 2, 3 members taken out.
The wave in the bot side is pushing, man. They have a chance to keep going for this here. Can Kadera and Luke clear enough?
Shako!
He gets suppressed.
Oh, Shako! Cheeky play. Flicker Divine Judgment. Luke gets taken out. It seems like Blazing Duet now. Will it mount to anything? The answer is no, but it will clear the minions' bottom lane.
Yes, bought enough time for the rest of the members to respawn. Now Geek Fam, they're somewhat still catching up behind 4.7k gold. They still feel like they're in it, man. They have the late game composition. Like we said, man, it's the turntables.
Gotta give it to Watt. The sprint plus the rapid boots and the Great Dragon Spear. That's a whole lot of mobility. Now with Wind of Nature, he can do what he did earlier and actually find success. Taking a look at Chadera, no Wind of Nature built up. Oh, perfect timing. Instantly, we see that Wind of Nature, and now it's going to be equal level playing field. Unfortunately for Chadera, this Wind of Nature battle still advantageous to Watt.
Is this the right call? Purify Insta. Negates the crowd control. Now they're engaged. Take a look at the reinforcements. Take a look at the angles that Dewa United is looking for. Real information. Watt in the backside. Dealing damage. Free hitting. Dixon trying to provide damage, but Watt now might be caught. Wind of Nature pop a killing spree. And the double will secure the kill. Boy finds a shutdown, but at the end of the day, it's a 3-4-1.
Case lives for 1. Look at his HP bar. 1 tickle.
He survives with this by the skin of his teeth, man. What was that? Baloyski almost gets one more value trade, but in the end, it's a 1-for-3. And I must say, man, Watt is playing in an absolutely selfless manner. He doesn't mind sacrificing his life for the greater good, and here, it is going to be that Lord.
I think he needs some mind in the next few team fights because they need him to end later on. Now it's fine because it sets up for the Lord, which is great. And Dewa United were able to completely capitalize. I think Case, there's a bit of luck put into that survival, but here, nothing that they can do. With the Divine Judgment, it's free. It's all free. And again, it's due to Geek Fam not able to lock down any of the members from Dewa. Who can they lock down? They lock down Shako, is just not worth it. They lock down Dixon? No. With a Purify, you can't do that. Your CC here can be completely purified, and even then, Dixon can just use that Brace Might, use the Consecration, and the built-up stacks on his passive to survive.
I mean, in the previous fight, Baloyski was able to land a combo onto Keys, I believe, reading where he was. using the real-world manipulation as some guidance. So that was a creative play, but it turns out Watt is just even more creative, going all the way behind them. So it's just a battle of wits and mind games as Dewa United now prep for potentially the ending sequence of the match.
I would say that's a very late blade armor from Nile. I would say against an Iritha like this, he should have built it second item, maybe after the Radiant armor.
Lord charges, base through it, bottom side will fall. Seems like now Dewa United, they aren't too hasty to find a fight as they will look for the base turrets first here. It seems like Geek Fam, they're handling the defense well. Oh, good taunt here on towards Dixon. Jumps over the wall to secure his safety.
You would expect more aggression right there from Dewa United, but they're showing again the discipline. But wait, Dixon!
Okay, good final
No
slash.
way!
Immortality will not be popped, good catch! What? And Kadera in the back will fall. Keys now will be the trade, as it seems like Geek Fam, they will be able to defend. Dixon looking for safety. It's a 1-for-1. Kadera for Keys. Dewa United, though, in the other side, will be able to manage to take the base turret top side. Only left standing is that mid base turret. Will Geek Fam be able to defend this one?
Oh, that was just brilliant, man. Again, the forced errors by Dewa United. It looked very scrappy, it looked very weird, but hey, they took another base turret on top of a kill onto Chidera.
Good final slash again. Take with the Mystic Gush. Almost takes Watt down as Luke looks for the kill. Nile, though, will secure it. Luke in the backside will look for an escape as Shako with the immortality will not be able to keep his immortality for long. Dixon will not be able to provide cover as Shako will be the scapegoat. Geek Fam defends minute 17.
Luke has done it, man. Playmaking heroes, Arlott will do. The two-man final slash under the turret is exactly what Geek Fam needs. Now with the shutdowns taken, might be getting closer to mounting a proper comeback. Fortunately, Dixon and Keys will still be in the area, so it's still going to be back to a dance situation. But Geek Fam, they're trying out new things, man. They're not willing to go down without a fight.
Even with the delay on the final slash, he made it work. He just stayed out of the vision pocket for so long, and then he decided to flicker at the very last moment of that final slash before it sweeps. And that created a big curveball. Dewa United were not expecting a flicker there to catch all of them into that base turret. But still, unfortunately for Geek Fam, I would say it has to be worth it for Dewa United for that play. They got two base turrets that now will be split or will be slow pushing down in the bottom lane and even up top. Dewa can play the long game for this Lord Dance. They do not need to commit onto this. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, they kind of do. They either look for a big team fight, a big pickoff, or they win the red tree battle.
Okay, let's see. Lord still zoned out of the Dewa United's area. In the backside, though, seems like mini skirmishes occurred. Nile jumps in with a taunt. The stun as well. Real relation. Take a look at the damage. Now Dixon jumps in. Watt still not joining in the fight, but Beloyski will lose his immortality. Now Watt be hitting. Beloyski will be taken out as Nile will not be able to do anything in the front side, though. Dixon will not lose his immortality, and he will lose his life as well. It's a 2-for-1 for the Apostles of God.
That is an important member, though. The main front line is no longer available. If Luke can make a miracle happen once again against the Apostles, he's going for it!
Oh, Luke with the final slash! Almost gets the connection that he needs, but Kadera, he will be taken out. And what? Take a look at this guy. Stop this guy. He will be able to assist to take down Luke. And a boy left standing. Mid and bottom wave are pushing. Dewa United, they're looking to solidify themselves in the playoffs. And they might just do it here with a clean sweep. Beloyski up. Will he be able to delay this one? Oh my goodness, no firepower, good catch. No follow-up though, Lanaya will lose his mortality. But this time, Beloyski will be punished. Keys securing the kill. Lord Mystic Gush on towards Watt, but it will not be enough as Nile loses immortality. Lord marching, and this is just too much for Geek Fam. Their loseless record will break, and Dewa United finds the clean sweep.
The higher powers have spoken, man. Woo! The Apostles take down the Geeks, smited by the gods. The win streak is over, and Geek Fam has fallen. What a performance, man.
Dewa United. Clean, clinical display of MLBB. Discipline, but with a good mix of crazy dive. They were able to make it work at 2-0, not against any team, against a top 3 team in MPL Indonesia. Number 3, fighting for upper brackets versus a team that a lot of people, almost everyone, wrote off.
Man, they were talked about overtaking, going into the upper bracket, but Dewa United says no. You think you're gonna go through us without a fight? Not so fast, man. We are not that guy. You can't just walk over us.
Wow, I did not expect this ending. I really did not expect this ending.
Sheffin didn't either.
Sheffin is definitely...
CITB or CIT? Not in the building.
Has left the building.
Sheffin is out, man. Whew. We thought it would at least be closer. A 2-1 maybe, but a 2-0. And it didn't even seem close at the times. Dewa just had full control. And the draft, man. Usually Dewa, we talk about one-dimensional drafts, but today, it's a different game. They were able to have so much more flexibility, so many more options.
The movie stars, the coaching staff, Jack Lee and Paddington.
Dewa United, mereka kembali lagi bisa menaklukkan Geek Fam. Dan dengan skor yang sama pula dari leg yang pertama dengan 2-0. Dewa United, congratulations, kalian bukan hanya memperbesar chance kalian atau bisa dibilang mensecure posisi kalian di playoff, chance-nya makin tinggi lagi, tapi kalian juga memecahkan win streak dari Geek Fam. Leg kedua, hanya kalian. Apa yang kalian lakukan semalam atau mungkin apa yang kalian baca tentang Geek Fam nih? Kayaknya kalian doang yang tahu nih ya.
Nggak ngelakuin apa-apa sih kita. Scrim kayak biasa aja, main kayak biasa aja sih. Have fun, yang penting have fun.
Ngelihat Geek Fam yang win streak 5 kali, belum kalah di leg yang kedua. Nggak ada gitu sesuatu yang mungkin kalian, wah ini tantangan terbesar kita nih.
Nggak ada sih, karena kita pas lawan Onyx dapat 1 poin itu kita udah bangga banget sih. Karena kan kita ngelawan ya bisa dibilang tim paling kuat lah di Indo kan, Onyx. Ya itu jadi mental boost kita sih sebenarnya.
Oh, jadi Raja Langitnya bisa kalian dapetin 1 poin, berarti nggak ada yang bisa ngentiin kalian lagi.
Ya semoga.
Dari standarnya ya mereka udah bisa ngedapetin poin dan menarik di mana ini adalah Geek Fam. Tapi boleh dikasih tahu nggak sih, kenapa gini? Kalian ini yang bisa, padahal kan posisinya kalau bisa dibilang tim-tim papan atas ngelawan Geek Fam juga nggak bisa. Atau mungkin ada dari Geek Fam yang kalian temukan gitu, dari gameplaynya kalian udah ngebaca kah?
Kalau itu sih sebenarnya rahasia dapur kita ya sih.
Rahasia dapur, oke, nggak ada yang boleh di-spill gitu. Mungkin bisa aja, oh kalian tahu siapa yang harus di-lock atau siapa yang gerakannya gimana. Udah hafal gerakannya mungkin?
Kita nggak hafal gerakan mereka sih, soalnya kita benerin tim sendiri aja belum bener kan.
Berarti tetap sama, kalian fokus ke tim sendiri?
Iya, benar.
Wow, masih dengan metode yang sama tapi performa mereka begitu luar biasa. Dan mungkin yang bisa di-highlight juga adalah Lanaya. Di game pertama kamu nggak tumbang sama sekali. Lanaya tidak tumbang sama sekali. Game kedua juga, gimana kamu beradu? Mungkin bisa dibilang bersama dengan Nail dari sisi objektifnya di match kali ini.
Lebih unggul aku sih kalau ada objektif.
Wis, jadi memang udah percaya diri ya?
Iya, percaya diri aja.
Percaya diri itu datang dari mana nih? Apakah kamu selalu memperhatikan Nail dari match-match dia, dari game-game dia? Atau terbukti tadi?
Terbukti aja.
Kebukti aja ya?
Iya.
Dari sebelum pertandingan udah tahu kamu bakal unggul atau masih ada 50-50 gitu?
Nggak ada, modal pede.
Modal pede. Lanaya, bisa dibilang kamu player yang bukan starting lineup dari Dewa, tapi sekarang bisa dibilang kamu yang punya performa sangat memukau juga di Dewa. Apa yang mungkin bisa membuat motivasi Lanaya sampai titik ini nih Lanaya nih?
Perbaiki diri sendiri aja sih, supaya lebih benar lagi. Apalagi datangnya Ray kan, jadi kayak bisa lebih termotivasi lah.
Termotivasi untuk jadi pemain terus ya?
Iya.
Jadi bisa di-spill nggak sih gimana cara kalian untuk mungkin menentukan siapa sih yang akan main, siapa sih yang akan main? Apakah bisa berganti-ganti lagi nggak sih?
Kalau itu nggak tahu, tergantung coach.
Tergantung coach. masih ada kemungkinan berubah nggak sih line up kalian? Apa ini udah jadi winning line up kalian?
Gak ada yang tahu.
Gak ada yang tahu ya. Oke, hanya misteri. Mungkin hanya hari esok yang tahu ya ketika mereka bertanding. Tapi untuk match hari ini 2-0 Dewa United dengan sangat mengejutkan. Siapakah yang paling membuat kita tercengang di dalam match mereka? Siapa player of the match? What? Oh bisa, siapa? Case, Sako, Dixon juga jago, Lananya juga jago. Jago semua mereka melakukan hal yang sangat baik di setiap tugas mereka. Mari kita cek bersama-sama anak Dewa. Siapa player of the match? Inilah dia. What? Gayanya gimana tuh? Apa ini? Dia bedil kepala ya?
Ya, nembak kepala sendiri.
Waduh, biar fokus sama kepala sendiri.
Iya.
Oke, dari kamu melawan Kak Dera, satu player yang bersinar juga dari tim Geek Fam. Apakah kamu menemukan sebuah keistimewaan dari Sadera dan juga dirimu ketika tadi match up-nya terjadi?
Ada sih, soalnya dia paham hero power.
Paham hero power untuk Sadera nih?
Iya.
Kelebihannya dia. Kalau kelebihan, dia kan hampir menjadi salah satu MVP regular season juga. Lagi digadang-gadang kamu adalah satu sepuh yang ada di sini. Nah, apakah itu yang membuat kamu unggul untuk match up bersama dengan Cak Dera?
Mungkin ya dari segi pengalaman mungkin. Kalau dari mekanik ya jagoan dia lah. Dia masih muda.
Pengalaman dari sepuh dari awal. Emang ya, nggak berbohong kalau dari pengalaman. Tapi untuk menghadapi Geek Fam hari ini, apa yang mungkin kalian paling banyak perbincangkan semalam atau tadi pagi? Dari mungkin playernya, apakah kalian pakai, bahkan tadi 2 kali ya, dari Sako pakai, dari Kaja. Apakah memang ada yang kamu mau lock? 2 kali Kaja loh.
Mau aja sih pakai Kajanya. Suka hero pick up aja. Yeah.
Ada orang spesial yang memang harus kalian pantau terus kah? Dengan Kaja itu harus oke, yang penting kita lock ini.
Enggak sih, masih banyak rahasia lagi sih. Bukan Kaja aja, bukan Franco aja. Masih banyak kita simpen juga.
Hero dari Sako masih banyak. Hari ini Kajanya 2 kali, performanya luar biasa. Siapa player yang mungkin udah kalian bisikin dari sebelum match mulai? Nanti lock yang ini ya, pokoknya kita harus perhatiin yang ini. Ada nggak?
Ada.
Siapa tuh Sako?
Baloy.
Baloy, match up yang gimana sama Baloy tadi?
Targetnya nggak tahu menau, Baloy.
Baloy, pokoknya Baloy aja.
Iya.
Udah sesuai dengan semua yang kalian perhitungkan berarti kah?
Iya betul.
Sesuai dengan yang kalian prediksikan. Dan bahkan Dixon tadi kita ngelihat kamu bisa untuk menjegal 3 player di fight-fight terakhir. Membaca pergerakan dari Geek Fam. Ngezoning out 3 member dari Geek Fam. Bagaimana cara kalian bisa berkomunikasi mungkin sampai lancar jaya dan mengalahkan Geek Fam? Tim yang lagi kuat-kuatnya.
Kayak biasa aja sih mainnya. Pas gitu.
Lepas gitu aja. Ketika dari ngelihat tim Geek Fam kali ini, kamu ada keresahan sendiri nggak untuk melawan Geek Fam hari ini? Apa yang paling kamu pikirkan ketika harus melawan Geek Fam?
Baloy.
Baloy juga. Ini Baloy memang menjadi concern ya dari para player. Tapi kalian adalah tim yang sedang merangkak untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Nextnya akan melawan tim Alter Ego. Satu tim yang mungkin lebih persenannya lebih rendah jauh dia dibanding kalian untuk masuk ke babak playoff Alter Ego. Apakah line up ini akan dimainkan atau kalian akan memainkan mantan Alter Ego? Theo Murphy, punya kelebihan gak sih ketika ada satu member yang dari tim lawan gitu?
Kalau aku nggak tahu sih ya dari segi yang main siapa ya, yang pasti yang nentuin kita main atau enggak coach.
Coachnya?
Ya tergantung performa kita juga di scrim kayak gimana.
Oh, oke. Tergantung performa dari scrimnya. Dinantikan ya, berarti ini mereka scrim harus merhatiin banget. Dan Kiss ngelawan Alter Ego untuk nextnya. Ada Udel tuh di situ. Kamu ini nggak nge-hype nggak ketika harus melawan player yang mungkin bisa dibilang veteran juga, player yang punya banyak histori?
Gak mudah soalnya udah terbiasa.
Udah terbiasa, lawan siapa aja tenang gitu. Apa kunci ketenangan dari Kiss?
Di leg 1 soalnya udah lawan veteran ya. Jadi terbiasa. Dibuat biasa.
Dibuat biasa, menenangkan diri, meditasi nggak Kis?
Enggak.
Enggak ya?
Sholat.
Sholat yang penting ya. Oke, anak Dewa dari tadi udah berteriak-teriak juga yang ada di rumah dan banyak banget yang meragukan kemenangan dari tim Dewa untuk melawan Geek Fam dan kalian memecahkan bahkan banyak banget prediksi yang salah. Ada yang ingin kalian sampaikan?
Ya tetap prediksi kita kayak biasa aja sih. Ya buat anak-anak Dewa terutama yang datang di sini ya kita terima kasih banyak udah datang support kita terus. Ya semoga kita bisa masuk playoff bareng-bareng.
Amin.
Semoga bisa masuk playoff dan harapan mereka playoff semakin besar dan nyaris saja tak bisa terkalahkan, tak bisa terhentikan. Dan akankah mereka masuk ke babak playoff? Tunggu saja dari sisa-sisa match mereka dan sisa-sisa tim lainnya karena masih sangat bisa bergonjang-ganjing. Seperti apa permainan dari game terakhir mereka tadi 2-0. Caster, please break it down.
Thank you so much for the interview, Bude Clara Mongstar. Man, Dewa, after such a dominant, ego-boosting performance, they're still very, very humble. And but they're saying they still have a lot of things they are cooking up in the kitchen, and that is what is scary to me.
I mean, leg one, Dewa United, Arashi Miracle, very shaky, not consistent. But it seems like in leg two, that is where they have found more success, more stability. I can't wait for them to see in the playoffs.
It's the lineup, Gane. It really is the lineup. They finally figured out the best lineup that works for their composition. A solid, I won't even call it trio mid. At this point, it's a 4-man roaming squad for Dewa, and then one X Factor, which is this guy who always gets winning matchups. But even when he doesn't, he performs. He's a good weak side. He's a good strong side. A complete gold laner, the player of the match by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. I will have to say, though, his strength is also his weakness, built in his name. Whether it's a good play or a bad play, it's always, what? Right? 8, 3, and 12. The 3 deaths were bad Watts. The 8 kills and 12 assists were good Watts. It's the coin flip of Watt. Sometimes he makes a play that's a bit too aggressive, he gets punished for it, but in the build here, I have to say, it's amazing, right? All throughout the game, the Hans Claws first to survive in that lane a bit more, to bully the Claude harder into the Berserker's Fury, and then he went for a great Dragon Spear instantly. Then the Wind of Nature, right on time for the Claude to get Wind of Nature as well. And this is something that I wanted to point out in the game that I didn't get to because there's so many fights. Interrupted me. Rude Dewa, rude geek, jokes. But the Wind of Nature on the hands of someone who is consistently dealing damage like Irithel is much more valuable than Chadera on that Wind of Nature. Chadera, Blazing Duet, Wind of Nature, survives that onslaught, but then that's it. Meanwhile, for Watt, he can go back and forth and utilize that Wind of Nature much more effectively.
And seeing the early game though, it certainly seems quite evenly matched initially, especially because the tankiness hasn't really shown for technically members from both these teams. But in the mid game, with some more defensive items, then the gold inners start having difficulty. And as you mentioned, Miracle, that this is one of those what moments. We are theorizing how that happened, why it happened, but for sure, one thing you can count on is the fact that you never know what this man is going to do in the Land of Dawn.
I mean, I love Watt, right? But let's give credit to Keys, man. He's a real world revelation multiple times, just so perfect, so precise to lock the members of Geek Fam. And with the combination, right, of Watt and Kaze, Geek Fam, very, very hard to find that opening to turn the game around.
I think that's a very interesting move right there. Whenever Watt just flanks around, I don't think we see it sometimes from other gold laners, but especially here, man. Look at that. The double flank with Shaco as well. It's completely just catches Geek Fam off guard. And they're doing so well at interchanging when they do crazy things like that.
And this was the prime example of why I personally voted for Dixon as the player of the game. The fact that he was able to zone 3 members away, mainly the 2 backliners, with such ease. Yes, he did get taken down, but Dewa has already won the fight by that point. And again, for Geek Fam, what they can do in these skirmishes is they can look for one target. But then the mobility from Dewa United just absolutely overwhelms them. A boy can't handle the dive from Watt. Chadera cannot handle the basic attacks coming down consistently when he doesn't have that Wind of Nature active. And here in the item builds, I want to take a look at Nile because I noticed a very late Blade Armor. I get that the Sky Guardian helmet is important in this game. You want to try to sustain in your jungle fast enough so you can constantly be in these team fights. But getting the Blade Armor late, I think it was very visible, right? The game was controlled by the Irithel. The Irithel with the GDS, a greedy build with the GDS. Haas Claws Berserkers to a GDS is considered a greedy build for an Irithel. It's a snowballing build, right? Usually, maybe you would expect a Melphic Roar by this point if you're up against members who are actually tanky. There's only one Blade Armor for the side of from the side of Geek Fam, and it was on Nile, and even then, it was a bit late.
They're trying to actually deal with every single bit of damage at the same time. Whereas for Dewa, they decide what damage to itemize against, and then the other bit of damage they can't really control, they completely try and shut down through execution. I feel like Geek Fam could have done something similar, right? Yeah. Build more physical defense and then just dive towards keys, because we know that Irithel's weakness, one of them at least, is the low damage output in exchange for that mobility.
Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, it is already very hard for Geek Fam. Don't get me wrong here, right? Building the Blade Armor late is a problem that they had to face because of Caves. They have to go for Radiant Armor first, whether you like it or not. The Yve gets online in the game much faster than the Irithel. It was just a choice of getting the Sky Guardian first compared to the Blade Armor that I think might have been something that they can improve. But here in the emblems, again, it's all about sustain when it comes down to Dewa United. You can see the amount of tenacity. They have 4 tenacities in their build. The only one who didn't go for tenacity is the guy who needs to go for Season Hunter. So that doesn't even count, right? And again, for Watt, the reason you can see he went for the greedy build is he has the Assassin Emblem. He already has built-in penetration to play with from the start of the game. Arashi, he's a big hater of the Mage Emblem on the Yve. He likes the Common Emblem, but Kaze really showed that the base damage helped him in the early game. Through poke, he was able to give the rest of his team such a good time to engage and to control the game.
Absolutely. I think it just shows, again, the adjustability of these players.
I mean, this is basically the same as Game 1. Right? Take a look at the rich guy, the carry, the forgotten one, same. Maybe Sandbag now, it wasn't Dixon, but okay. But this is just a perfect copy of Game 1, just slightly more longer, but Dewa United, man, I did not expect this sort of level from Dewa United, honestly.
Also, there is something that I do want to, point out in this matchup, Irithel Claude. In lane, it seems very equal, I would say. Even to the mid game, it seems very equal. But in the late game, heroes like the Irithel, heroes who don't have instant basic attacks, you know what I mean? Like, there's a delay in the shots.
Right.
That delayed shot can really get you as a Claude. You miscalculate a bit, and that's what we saw. Battle Mirror Image in the back, but it was a bit too late for the Battle Mirror Image, and the basic attack was already flying. It's like a carry. There's going to be so many fadeaway kills, and that's what we saw. So just one miscalculation in the late game for the Claude Irithel matchup, and you're done.
GG. I mean, keep in mind, it's also a very short-range marksman, which is why I think we were talking about maybe marksmen that are too short-range might struggle so hard in the meta right now with the mages, with the crowd controls, which is why marksmen like the Irithel just have more success because they are a lot safer, and the lack of an attack animation really does play into that success rate as well. But here's the success, Mirko.
There was flanking game plan creates momentum for their victory in Game 1. That flank from Shaco and Watt, and in Game 2 again from Shaco and Watt to Chidera. They just that's the way. Jack Lee, he made a comment earlier in the drafts, right? We did see that. We have a plan for Chidera. And that was the plan. We're going to flank Chidera. We're never going to let him front and back. We're never going to give him space to make these plays because he's such an amazing gold laner. Dixon utilizing the Uranus.
Well,
he's a playmaking XP laner. Everybody's talking about Terizla, Lapu, Xborg, Yuzong.
K2V, it's in the K2V as well.
Exactly. But Uranus is something that we actually have not seen him perform well on. This time, I think it's the right situation for Jack Lee and Paddington, the movie stars, to pull this one out of the books, from their analyst books.
Yeah, it's also a very unfortunate situation for Geek Fam because their mid laner isn't really as diverse, right? It's a Gord as well. So once there's the special plan for Kadera, then the mid laner can't really hard carry the team. But if you guys do want a hard carry, make sure you don't disconnect, man. Using Dunia Games by Telkomsel. And watch your favorite team play. And because, you watch these games, you want to play too. So make sure you look cool using your favorite heroes and the skins. And don't forget to check your data before playing.
Well, if you also do not want to miss out the extra gigabytes that Dunia Games Telkomsel will provide, check out as well. Because every purchase here of MLB vouchers or items, it will give you extra savings and an additional of 3 gigabytes of data quota. So you need to check out duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app. Scan the QR code below. Where is Mr. Rahmat, by the way? Where is he?
He's right there. Do you not see him?
I actually don't. Is he stealth?
He's
Is he
also the
camouflage?
shadow analyst of Geek Fam. You gotta be careful, man.
Ooh.
Well, check it out.
Check it out. 3 gigabytes of data is plenty. And I think with how many games of Mobile Legends can you play on 3 gigabytes?
I'm actually not sure. I don't have the exact calculation.
I don't
It
think
depends.
we've calculated it because it's more than enough, man. You're never gonna run out just like that. So I think that's a valid point here.
Yeah. Open up YouTube, play, and watch MPL ID do a lot of different things with the additional quota. And, you know, with this money that you save from getting additional quota, Rashi, what should I do?
You should invest, man. I think the future is important. So you
What?
need to invest.
What?
On
On
why?
what? On what?
On what? Of course, in UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 12, man. Prices starting from 500,000 rupiahs, and you can get a free MLBB skin as well. It's all available to you at ubslifestyle.com and the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and Blee UBS Lifestyle.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. If you want to increase quality, not just in-game, but also in life, the grand picture, right? You should invest in gold. Arashi has some gold in his pocket right now, and that is UBS Gold.
I must have left it somewhere else, man. That's unfortunate. I might have to get some more, man.
You don't want to be losing your gold, bro.
Exactly, man. I don't want to be making those negative watt plays. I have to make the positive watt plays in how I invest. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it's enough for us for now. We have to take a short break because afterwards, we have a very exciting match between
Onyx and Aura.
Man.
Revenge or repeat.
Revenge or repeat.
The battle of heaven and hell.
A very highly anticipated matchup, but stay tuned because we're taking a short break. See you after this.
Onto the Lord. No opening yet, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robots' defense down with the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki blinkers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. And taken the
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia game, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top gue Bami.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy dari AP Brand, junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flatzy. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurutku masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Pada Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Iya nggak? WCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah ya. Kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu, jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya, jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin Kolius setuju banget nih. Kolius kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya, tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orang itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, nggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya. Itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama. Dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius mau nanya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Ex-trainer mungkin, Edward.
Edward,
satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise. Oke. Kalau dari Om Wawa ada Om?
Aku pengen lihat V-Wise sih, lagi vakum kan? Siapa tahu, ya kan? Siapa tahu V-Wise. Terus, ya memang. Terus habis itu siapa lagi ya? Misalnya kalau aku juga pengen ngelihat siapa tuh? Masih di PH sih sebutannya, sih masih Kelra kali ya, gold lanernya ya, zaman-zaman dulu juga. Atau ya roamer juga boleh sih sebenarnya, roamer. Kayak
Yawi.
siapa sih roamer yang paling Yawi itu oke lah kalau memang mau coba di Indonesia. Kan tim ada nih, udah tinggal datang aja.
Nah, kalau aku sih masih patokannya tetap di Filipina, karena ya selain Filipina kita sendiri yang jadi patokannya gitu dari negara luar. Dan kalau Filipina bener P-Wise, karena itu dua yang tak terpisahkan sih menurutku, karena Venus dengan makro roamernya sangat diperlukan banget ya untuk masalah objektivitas, dan Wise pun juga untuk POV junglernya yang menurutku sebagai apa ya, role yang krusial ya, karena dia eksekutor juga ya, jadi sangat perlu kita pelajari juga gameplay yang sebenarnya tuh dari tim Filipina bagaimana. Dengan adanya V-Wise tuh mungkin sangat membantu banget untuk perkembangan mobile lagi di negara kita. Dan kalau yang mau ku ambil pasti satu God lane-nya tim Filipina tuh agak unik playstyle-nya. Bebas deh mau Benny Kitty, Super Marco, bebas. Tapi kalau aku sih kayaknya Benny Kitty sih, karena aku sendiri pun masih agak gimana ya, agak terkagum-kagum dengan playstyle dia yang bisa kayak main assassin itu tuh unik. Marksman bisa ngendok dari belakang, tiba-tiba muncul nge-backdoor atau misalnya nge-punish dari belakang kayak sandwich. Itu tuh jarang banget yang terjadi ya, salah satunya. Mungkin orang pikir itu sama kayak playstyle-nya Sin, tapi itu nggak sama cuy. Dia bener-bener menurutku beda, dan kita bisa pelajari sih ya. Dengan playstyle unik ketiga pemain itu bisa sangat membantu tim Indonesia lah. Makanya aku pilih 3 player itu tadi, karena duanya sepaket.
Oke, tapi gak perlu lama-lama lagi, kita bakal mulai aja ya fun games kita, sambil jadi para penonton bisa ngeliat nih bagaimana skill dari TikToker kesayangan kalian ketika bermain. Yang jelas kalau sama Om Wawa kita sebutannya adalah MT, mekanik tua. Ayo, emblem sudah dicek ya, masih aman semuanya?
Aman.
Kalau udah aman gini, sebentar kita bakal masuk ke line of down untuk melihat nih bagaimana para TikTokers favorit kalian bertanding. Tapi masih bisa bertahan dengan cukup banyak. Retri yang katanya lebih dari Kairi, teman-teman, berhasil mendapatkan revolver dari Rico ya. Tuh. Tenang aja, gak bakal. Wah,
Om, kepencet anjir. Lah, kepencet, astaga.
Gak lihat, Dok, aman Dok.
Kepencet guys, sorry guys, kepencet.
Rame banget,
kita juga
kenapa
mau
dah?
recall, gak boleh recall.
Rame banget.
Pada sekarat gak bohong, pada sekarat lawannya. Sumpah.
Sabar dong, lu gak lihat tuh dari tadi kejar-kejar tuh.
Iya, mau kemana kamu? Iya, pada sekarang semua. Coba untuk cerita dong sama seorang Diko. Dan ya, akhirnya berhasil ditumbangkan. Dan ini dia nih, Ben, mau kemana? Dua double kill ke Diki. Waduh, ternyata Om Wawa yang dapat gak apa-apa.
Gitu masih hanya jebol. Objek.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Ini gimana nih pendapat dari EVOS Coach dulu deh. Apa yang terjadi dengan EVOS Legends?
Kalau pendapat dari aku sih sebenarnya masih bisa lolos playoff sih kak. Kayak dari zona merah itu semua tim itu emang masih bisa ke zona hijau. Jadi di season ini emang keras sih, gak bisa mikirin ini tim bakal lolos playoff, ini tim bakal gak lolos playoff. Semuanya itu yang ada di zona merah pasti bisa lolos playoff. Tapi kalau menurut aku di EVOS ya, mereka gimana ya, bagus aja sih sebenarnya dari segi player, dari segi coach. Mungkin bukan harinya aja sih buat menang gitu.
Kalau menang daftar MDL nggak sih ini? Langsung aja gitu kan? Masa pertama kali main menang gitu?
Benar juara dunia kan ya? Wah, shit.
Flicker dia
keren.
5-0.
Gokil. Wah, Zee berhasil mengeliminasi Super Ahoy dengan blazing duetnya. Di zoning, dikejar bahkan sampai masuk ke dalam turret. Luar biasa.
Coach, kompak gini coach kita coach.
Iya kompak banget bang kita bang. Chemistry kita nih bang, gimana bang? Mau main MDL kita bang?
Langsung
main lah MDL lah, boleh kali.
Ya, food. Tapi kalau kita ngomongin Turtle semuanya didapatkan oleh
Gokil, lihat.
Gestar ya.
Gila.
Wow, blazing duet. Luar biasa. Korik dulu. Tolong, katanya tolong.
Onto the Lords. They're opening, yeah, but look at Venezuela. Slowly but surely, they crack the robot's defense down. With the call altar already taken out. Now Kabuki blinkers forward, going with the base, and Aura Fire has done it. Been taken down.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, the final call of flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you. It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu.
Ya dong, top global Mi.
Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Ada satu nama yang belakangan ini lagi viral, itu player Filipina juga. Yaitu siapa? Flatzy. dari AP Brand,
Benar.
junglernya nih. Karena kemarin ini dia juga mengatakan bahwa era Indonesia itu sudah berakhir.
Indo era is over.
Apakah Indonesia nih bakal mengalami, bisa dibilang dalam tanda kutip, perjalanan yang buruk atau hasil yang belum tentu baik di M5 nanti? Kalau menurut kalian gimana? Berdasarkan statement yang dikeluarkan sama Flapzin. Dari Om Wawa deh kali.
Ya belum sih, nggak bisa dibilang statement benar 100% juga ya. Kalau aku bilang enggak lah. Karena menurut gue masih dengan dominasi Indonesia. Karena patch yang sekarang itu adu mekanik terus Indonesia itu sebenarnya ada di atas. Tinggal ya kuat-kuatan aja nanti. Aduh, mikro kita udah punya nih. Masih ada waktu buat ke M5 buat benerin makro. Udah. Bisa kok lawan mereka. Buktinya kan di SPS kemarin kalah juga kan Filipina semuanya. Itu waktu patch-nya masih baru tuh. Terus mereka adaptasi kan kita tahu. Ada patch lagi ya pasti. Udah adaptasi di sana nanti.
Oke, kalau dari Diko gimana Diko?
Wah, ini harus bikin kita jadi panas sih. Panasnya dalam arti positif ya. Panasnya tuh terpacu gitu. Jadi salah satu pacuan kita, kok jangan mau kalah sama Filipina gitu loh. Malu. Nah, terus ditambah lagi kalau nantinya misalkan di M5, ya benar kata Om Wawa, kita harus benerin makro sih. Sama drastik. Dua hal ini yang mungkin mikro kita emang punya. Kita banyak banget player yang high mekaniknya tinggi banget. Tapi ada makro kita kalah. Nah, itu yang mungkin salah satu yang jadi faktor yang bikin Filipina bagus dan konsisten. Makro mereka bagus.
Dari Dokter MLBB gimana nih?
Aku taunting balik aja kali ya. Kok gimana eranya berakhir? Baru menang sekali aja udah ngomong gitu. Kita udah menang berturut-turut tuh kemarin kalau dilihat. Ya nggak? PCG ya. Mau membahas apa lagi? Sebelumnya ASF kemarin ya. Kalau era dia menang 3 kali berturut-turut gitu. Ya aku bilang so far ya MOBA itu nggak ada era-eranya lah, semua berputar. Apalagi kalau kita lihat China masuk nanti, siapa tahu nanti kita ngomongnya era China lagi. Enggak lah, MOBA itu menurutku kayak bola kok, dia kadang kita bisa di atas, kadang kita bisa di bawah. Ya kalau kita mau di atas kita latihan yang lebih keras gitu. Jadi jangan trigger juga ya, jangan emosi juga. Kita ambil positifnya. Jadi pacuan kita buat next turnamen, event terutama M5 ya, yang pasti yang bakal diincar banyak pemain. Dan ku harap ya nih, maksudnya jangan saling menggoreng satu sama lain lah di media itu. Itu kan representasi Indonesia ya. Kenapa harus bawa nama tim gitu ya? Ini mungkin kalau Yus setuju banget nih. Kalau Yus kan biasa ngomong speak up tentang ini. Maksudnya tolong nggak, kalau kalian mau fokus M5 kita menang ya dukung semuanya gitu ya. Ini aku udah pernah statement juga cuy. Tapi mau diserang balik sama orang-orangnya itu. Tapi ya aku kasih tahu ya, kalian mau menang M5 ya, bukan serang PH, bukan serang Indo juga, dukung Indonesianya gitu ya. Satu, kedua kita lihat aja progresnya. Yang penting progres ya, aku lihat pemain-pemain Indonesia ini mau dibilang makro kalah, enggak juga ya. Makro kita kuat cuy, makro kita kuat. Yang membedakan kita ya, menurut gue kedisiplinannya doang dalam war. Mereka tuh warnya lebih sabar, tahu objektifnya mau targeting siapa. Kalau kita udah tahu, cuman kadang miss, salah nangkep, atau misalnya keburuan ulti. Kurang lebih kayak gitu. Kalau makro sama mikro, kita udah sebanding sama mereka. Makanya yang juara kita sama mereka gitu. Filipina dan Indo, Filipina dan Indo. Ya, tapi kalau soal disiplin, kayaknya Indonesia yang mungkin masih bisa belajar sama mereka. Karena mereka tuh pure, ya mau dari tim apapun ya, representatifnya ya. Mau tim A, B, C, D ya. Itu mereka playstyle-nya hampir mirip loh kalau diperhatiin baik-baik. Disiplinnya sama. Dan itu yang perlu kita perhatikan dan pelajari. Karena disiplin dalam MOBA itu sangat baik. Satu kali salah, comeback. Kan game one moment. Ya, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau menurutku.
Tapi kalau seandainya Kolius boranya nih ya, ke Diko, Obawa, dan Dr. MLBB. Kalau seandainya bisa sebutin 3 nama player nih yang saat ini masih belum berkarir di MPL Indonesia untuk didatengin ke MPL Indonesia. Kira-kira siapa aja sih? Mungkin dimulai dari Diko.
Explainer mungkin Edward. Edward, satu. Terus Benny Cutie. Satu lagi Wise mungkin.
Wise.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The battle of heaven and hell. Onyx, number 1 in the standings, versus Aura Fire, down in the depths, number 9. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to MPL Indonesia Season 12, Week 7, day number 2. Back again with Mirko, Gani, and Arashi. Arashi's looking to the left because he can't see right. But what I can see today is MPL Indonesia Season 12 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. And we also have our partners in esports. Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, and YouTube. Our official broadcast, Max Stream, Teverai Sports, and Video. Our suppliers, Indomart, Point Coffee, Mineski, and Samsung. And obviously, MPL Indonesia Season 12 is supported by PBESI. Gani, it's your team, man. I gotta ask you, Onyx, number 1, how are you feeling?
You know what? Simple, right? As long as Onyx is bringing their main MSC Championship lineup, I see no window for Aura Fire to win this match.
Those are some big words.
Simple.
Some big words. I mean, they are sitting at number 1, the most comfortable spot right now, and you are right. That MSC lineup is still at 100% win rate. So,
Yeah.
Arashi, let's take a look at this, right? Because Gani has some explaining to do later, because Onyx actually lost in the first leg against Aura.
Ouchie.
Sure, not the MSC lineup, but let's talk about that.
Exactly, because they've been saying that they want revenge, man. It is time for redemption. They want to come in
full blast, no windows, like Goni mentioned, and they want to show people that that was a fluke, man. There is no way that that happens again. No chance.
Through their gameplay, I think Aura Fire and Onyx, they've really elevated their game. But actually, no. I would say it's the opposite for Aura. They have declined quite a bit since their win against Bigatron and Onyx. Aran, a lot of people were saying he only had 1 week of his prime day, of his prime. And honestly, looking at it from statistics, they're right. I was one of the doubters saying that, no, man, I think Aran can continue to improve. He's a rookie still, but he only performed well in the first week.
You know what it shows? It shows adaptability, adjustment, evolution from the other teams to see, okay, Aran, are you he's the next big thing. But then with the vast evolution or just evolved game after game, it seems like Aran, that is the next big thing, quote unquote. Wow, you see no Aran in the MVP whatsoever. Even Aura Fire still struggle to grab a win.
Let's talk about that XP matchup, Rashi. What do you think? Aran in the lane, likes to stay. Boots, complete opposite.
Exactly. I mean, this is a bit of a weird situation because Boots used to be a very dominant EXP laner. We used to say that the tactic for Onyx is to make sure he has a good matchup and then it's GG. That's just the win condition. It's always so solid. But now, with the emphasis on coordination, on roaming, we're seeing him just leave the lane more often, the same way Aran does, but I think Boots is a bit more selfless. And I think this is a trend that we're going to see a lot more, because even in match number 1, what? A gold laner was playing extra selfless, and of course, it's not always the right way to go. I'll be real clear about that. But we're seeing that sometimes, in specific situations, you can do the selfless thing and catch your opponents off guard. And I think Boots is very good at that. You think he's going to be reliable. He's going to do the default textbook approach. Before you know it, whoa, there's waves in the lane, uncleared, and he's already all the way somewhere else. There's macro plays being done, but the EXP lane ignores it. What is going on? And before you know it, you're falling behind, and that will be the main story. But there's also the showdown right here between Keyboy and Samo HT. He's waiting to equalize, but here's the thing, I don't know if Samo HT is gonna be playing in today's match.
Looking at the track record of Samo, I don't really think he's gonna be playing. Unfortunately, both when he was in Onyx and Aura, he'll be stepping on the bench or sitting in the bench for quite a while. Hai has had a better performance so far from Samo. I would actually say he's only really performed on one hero, that being the Grok.
And doesn't really shine, right? But in case you guys did not know, Samo and Kibo used to be ex-teammates when Samo was at Onyx. Yeah, again, Keyboy looking for blood because rumor has it, Mirko, Samo has been spilling tea about the Onyx strategy.
What? There's a little, informant coming down for the Dragons. It seems like here, down in the depths, you gotta get dirty. You gotta try to look for a win in any way they can, and they were able to do that, exactly that. Putting Aran on a hero like Badang in the first leg, right? Basically punishing the activeness of Boots by nailing down that single lane.
I think that could be something they want to try here, but if it doesn't really go their way, if in the drafts a counter is cooked up by Onyx, they need to be ready, man. There's no way that a single default strategy without a plan B is going to work against a roster of this level. So I think Aura will have to have more backup plans, more mind games to play around with if they do want to try and take advantage, especially of that insider info.
Yeah, I do think they need contingency, but you hear the music, you hear the bang as well. Let's welcome the champions of MSC 2023 with the same lineup. It's Team Onyx.
They're called the Sky Kings because they're all the way up in the heavens. First place in MPL Indonesia, Season 12. Highest chance to make it to the upper brackets to secure the first slot of that upper brackets.
Like we mentioned, 100% win rate, that is nothing. It's not something that you can just ignore. Aura has a huge wall in front of them, but maybe, just maybe, with the improvements, with the insider info, with everything together, they can find a single ray of hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the depths of hell, let's welcome the Red Dragons.
It's Aura Fire! Hungry to claw their way out of the depths of 9th place. The Dragons are coming with a vengeance, trying to repeat what they did in leg number 1 with the exact same lineup. We'll see if they can get the job done.
A test of heroic proportions right here, taking down one of the best junglers in the MPL, one of the best mid laners as well. What can they do? It all begins with the pre-planning, the strategy. And on that note, here comes the brains behind the entire operation, the coaching staff with the analysts as well.
Saint DeLucas and Palevi for Aura Fire, Coach Jeb and Adi for Onyx. We've seen the crazy impact that this combination has given Onyx. A treble win right after Adi and Coach Jeb stepped in as the main head coach and analyst.
And it's very dangerous. Why? Because they are not done. They want more. They crave for more decorations in their closet.
And that's something that is very, very interesting. For teams, a lot of teams who find success become Southeast Asian champions, they get stagnant. They get too comfortable, but for Onyx, it feels like it all has only made them even more hungrier.
I think they're looking even further beyond to try and get even greater in the records of history. But in order to do that, the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is to pressure Kabuki from the early game. If Aura in the mid and late game do not have that reliable gold laner, their game plan really falls apart. Along with that, explore a combo in picks from Keyboy and Sans. The triple mid is so important right here, particularly for Onyx. If Keyboy and Sans, the standout players that do crazy things, can have a combo that's quite reliable in their arsenal. They can very easily take control of the early game and maybe just link that up to key to success, key to victory number 1, and just take control and not leave Aura any space to maneuver.
That's usually what Onyx do, right? They suffocate their opponents through the trio mid, but also through the playmaking of their weak side gold laner. A very, very underrated player in this lineup that not a lot of people wants to give props for, but certainly a laner that Kabuki must respect. You cannot disrespect CW in lane.
And along with that, the keys of victory for them by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. High. Screening the initiating heroes for Onyx, locating where is Keyboy, where is Boots, the two heroes or the two players that always become the main initiating tool for the team. If they can keep track of where the movement is going to be, they can probably avoid those crazy, devastating engages from Keyboy. Along with that, winning a dual hero matchup for Aran, ensuring that he has the space to maneuver to apply the Aran effect on this matchup. And along with that, pamper Van for contesting the neutral objectives. One of the most reliable retributions in the MPL right now. If he is given the space, the picks, the situations to allow him to go for at least a 50-50, he might just surprise you, man.
I mean, let's not forget here, Rashi, Miracle. Leg 1, it was Aura Fire beating Onyx. Sure, it's not MSC lineup material, but then again, it means that they have already that formula, that base on how to rotate against Boots, how to rotate against Sans, and if they are able to replicate and as well as just refine their formula, they have that chance. I know what I said earlier, but I still think if Aura Fire is able to just refine their game in this match, sure, they have a chance.
To put it simply, a win is a win, yeah?
A win is a win.
Team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders. Let's take a look at the Dragons and the Porcupines.
It's a pretty one-sided draft right here. One-sided graph for the side of Onyx. But for the average game duration, Aura has more experience in the long, super late game situations. So in a way, it shows that Onyx is a lot more dominant, a lot more solid in strategy. But maybe if Aura can drag this out long enough, that longer game time average will be beneficial for them, finding that one special, one game-changing team fight, maybe the same way we saw Dewa United get earlier.
This is an unreal stat, I would say, for Aura, because it's only happened to Aura, I think. You see the stats in MPL in the offline tournament here, and you just see a a mediocre team, right? To put it simply, that's what they are right now, 9th place in MPL Indonesia. But then you take a look at them in the online qualifiers of any tournament, online tournaments, PLR President closed qualifiers. Number 1, they didn't drop a single game. Somehow, someway, they need to channel that aura of fire. That aura of fire has wings and actually flew to the top.
And if they can replicate the same thing somehow here, I don't know, man. The coach need to find something. But let's take a look at the top 3 roamers. Whereas there's Rasi and Audi TZ, but Keyboy is always in the picture. And even though the stats aren't really as impressive, it doesn't take away the highlight moments from the man right here on the screen. If Aura wants to try and rise up to the occasion, like you mentioned, Mirko, it has to begin here, taking control of the roam battle.
Well, Hai, one of his strong suits, back when he was a jungler, was his, oh my god, there's some pictures here being displayed. I don't know, I want to replay to see exactly what that was, man, but back again, Hai, jungle, hero pool, number 1. You can expect him to play anything. Go for a jungle, he's got it. Urena's jungle, but for his roaming style, it's been completely different. It's been the opposite. He has had 0. Like, his hero pool is probably the biggest weakness to exploit for a lot of teams.
I think there's a lot of killer instinct built into himself, especially because he was a jungler. And from what I know, he's good at finding crazy opportunities. I think it has to begin with Aura trying to make space, right? Having control to know that if something does go slightly wrong, they don't get immediately punished. That will begin the draft by getting some solid frontliners with some survivability, maybe some crowd control immunity to ensure that they can play a bit risky, because safe Aura hasn't really been promising, man. That risky, crazy Aura, that is where we've seen them truly shine.
I mean, not at all, right? If they play it safe, it doesn't really, like, just show their strengths. Remember, Van was once named a prodigy in that jungle, but since Leg 2, even before, very, very questionable performances. Let's jump to the drafts.
Let's see, the Dragons and the Sky Kings take to the skies for game number 1. Drafting phase, Fanny, Joy, and the Bruno. Banned out by Aura Fire on the blue side, Onyx on the red, taking out Van's comfort pick.
The Fredrin taken away, the Yeve ensured to be taken away from Aura as well. Just in case Sin wants to try and make those pesky movements happen. I mean, Onyx is a team that relies so much on mobility, on execution. Slows are something that gets in the way of that game plan.
Okay, let's see here, Onyx, they're very dangerous when they're on the red side. Let's see, can Aura Fire withstand that pressure? First pick, what will they go for here? Fredrin is up and available, but no, they opt for a Claude first pick here, securing perhaps a hero that is towards Kabuki.
Interesting choice in my opinion here, especially considering the Kadira is up for grabs. We usually see this banned or picked away from Onyx almost every single time because it can be utilized by both roamer and mid, the deadly combo that we mentioned earlier in the keys to victory.
The fact that they're equally as effective on that hero is also quite absurd, man. But the real question is the Paquito gonna make an appearance this early on? It wasn't the win condition for Aura in their previous match, ensuring a strong, mobile, outplay intensive hero like the Paquito for Oran. Will they go for something different right here? It's gonna be that Edith. They're going for more utility, more survivability as well.
Yeah, I think it's Onyx. What they're going for is pretty straightforward, right? Edith, very strong, very versatile hero. They pick it up and leaving. Aura Fire even does not pick up the Paquito. They opt for Lancelot here early. Rumor has it as well. Last time Van was wanted Lancelot, but it was picked by the opposing side.
Definitely something that I wanted to bring up, man. Pick up the Lancelot here. It almost seems like an instant implementation of what they've learned from the Bigatron game. Game number 2, Bigatron versus Aura, just yesterday. If you guys remembered, Lancelot was denied away by Bigatron. And in behind the scenes, we actually got to talk to Van. Mr. Van said, damn, Bigatron took that lance away from me, man. That was what we had in plan, and that's why we had to improvise a bit with a few different picks that did not go in our way. But here, similarly to what Dewa did to Geek Fam, it's going to be the Irithel into the Claude. A good matchup.
It's a good matchup for the Irithel, but at the same time, you start to wonder what exactly is the plan for Aura. They're already showing so many of their cards, no flex picks available at all. Are they trying to make sure that the roamer, right, has an advantage here against Keyboy? And for Onyx, are they gonna go for the Kufra or try and secure the Kufra, and is Aura gonna predict that and ban it away?
Well, here we do have a comment as the Turizla gets banned out from Lord Adi.
Lord.
The most hated man in MPL Indo, a lot of people think. For the first time, MPL Indonesia Week 7 and 8 will determine who makes it to the upper bracket and who heads into the playoffs. Yeah, we've seen it go all the way to the end for just playoffs, but for upper brackets too, you're right? It's never been this close for MPL Indonesia, and it's never been this close between number 1 and number 9. It's an intense match. Usually when we see number 1 up against number 9, it's almost 100% guaranteed that number 9 has zero chance, but this time, there's an eerie feeling going around in this building, man.
The stake is M Series, man. Every team in MPL, Arashi, Miracle, they want to taste that M Series stage. And there you go. It seems like Onyx, though, they take their time to go for the last ban. It will be another EXP lane potentially banned. Keto and Turizla banned out for the second phase. Aura, though, will they commit and target Keyboy? Because Chow is also open, but then again, Kadira can be flexed.
The Cho and the Kufra, like we were talking about, man, both very deadly and both a big problem for a Lancelot to deal with. Unless Aura has something to counter that, I feel like something needs to be respected right here. Unless they want to go for the Franco, because if they really fear for the suppression effect, by all means, was meta, we're seeing it less, but it's still deadly in the hands of a team as decisive as Onyx.
With the Kaja banned now, what do Aura want to take out next, right? I mean, not another roamer is the answer. They go for the Martis instead. In a world where it's usually Kyrie who gets his assassins banned out, we're seeing a Martis banned out for Kyrie. No Fanny, no Joy, no Martis. No Fredrin, who's banned out by Onyx themselves. Now it leaves him with Ling, Hayabusa, and we're gonna get the M4 Hayabusa. Kyrie on his signature pick, his favorite hero.
Man, that's gonna be that shadow kill threat, especially to the backliners. But Aura, they're a relatively short range. They can go for more of a dive scenario, and maybe it will be a hindrance to Kyrie and his game plan, especially because the gold laner uniquely can dive in. That is one of the signature traits of a Claude compared to an Irithel. So we'll have to see. Is it going to be more crowd control? Is it going to be more damage in order to supplement the already high amount of burst they have? Turns out it's going to be the Firaga armor survivability and denying the Kufra pick.
Looking at the export pick, now I think this Edith will fall to the Keyboy's hands here, right? I don't think Edith and Export is a good lane for Edith. So the most sensible approach now is Edith, Keyboy, Kadira, Sans, and they will pick an EXP lane here. But considering that a lot of it are banned out, what are the options?
I mean, I'm thinking Esmeralda.
Esmeralda? Okay.
Esmeralda?
They're not.
Turns out it's the other notorious high sustain, high impact hero. It's gonna be Uranus. And again, there is damage coming in from the Claude, but it's very situational, man. Prerequisites need to be met before Kabuki can be a real threat to Boots on this Uranus.
A bit of deja vu for this Uranus, man. Gonna be hard to burst down for a Valentina and a Claude. They need to either shut the Uranus down or prevent the Claude from getting bullied in lane. Literally, Geek Fam versus Dewa game number 2. This Uranus can be a weakness to be exploited, but it can also be one of their main strengths to win it. You can see here that Aura and Onyx have a lot of support behind them. Some girlfriend buffs as well for Keyboy Sans. Let's see what they're going to be cooking. Gani, thoughts?
Oh my god, it's going to be very intense again. Mirko Arashi, viewers at home, we are about to start the Heaven and Hell matchup.
See purifies all across the board, but we're gonna go straight into the Land of Dawn.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the battle between Heaven and Hell, number 1 to number 9. Onyx Aura, game number 1 for playoffs and for upper brackets.
Already on the side of Onyx, you see a lot of purifies respecting the chance for Aura to really start snowballing. But early on here, you can see there's a bit of a clear advantage for Kyrie because of the distractions being done by Keyboy.
This is already looking very scary. And, well, with the rotations that Aura Fire is looking. Sin and Aran to the top side. Now, good knockup. Sans will not be able to find something high. Jumps onto his keyboard. Good pull. It seems like the lead though. Wow. Will be taken by the side of Onyx.
Keyboy, wow. Good take. I have a question though. Oh, Sin jumps in again.
Ooh, goodness. Flicker, but it seems like with the Petrify, Zin surely will die, but good cover! But Sans will secure the kill. First blood for the yellow Porcupine.
The Heavens strike first.
Well, that's down to the wire, but showing again why they're the ones on top. Onyx already taking control here on the Litho, but also in the rest of the jungle. The fact that they're forcing Aura Fire to spend so much time in the lanes, trying to save Lucis' situation, means that Onyx can be a lot more proactive in the other lanes.
Oh, wow. Oh, another kill.
Shadow kill. It's going to be Kyrie picking up another. Already here, minute 2. Aura Fire, they're struggling.
Keyboy is moving onward. And honestly, Arashi, I was about to ask you, when do you actually want to go for the clear in the XP lane with your mid laner?
With the mid laner? I think it depends on the matchup in the EXP lane as well. I mean, if you have a better 2v2, there's no reason to go for it. But now, on the turtle, seems like Onyx, they're not trying to go for the far side flanks, they're trying to go straight for the mid area towards the purple buff.
What is turtle? It seems like the purple buff is going to be challenged and high. Overextended, punished. Let's say Onyx still maintaining pressure in that purple buff, but Van will not be able to find a kill. Just the purple buff gets stunned though. With this in mind, even though Van has a retry, but the rotation isn't on schedule.
The Dragons are getting their wings clipped at the start of the game, unable to find anything across the board and getting suffocated, pushed down back to the depths.
Especially with Keyboy here, still just drawing everyone away. Compared to the other idiots in the MPL, you have to say, man, Keyboy seems a lot more tanky and he's going forward.
Okay, Earth Shatter did not connect. CW though will provide cover. Phantom Execution towards the backside. Seems like nothing more. It's a 2v1. Nasty setup by Onyx.
I mean, that is an X-Borg, a hero you would expect to be pretty good in a weak side matchup, and it's a full turret gold claimed in by Kyrie.
Now we look at the talents prediction by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You see two notorious talents voting for Aura. I think things are not what they seem on paper.
The two curse users, OG and Mirko. Kabuki, getting caught.
Oh, careful. Keyboy looking for a pickoff with the damage of
Sans.
CW. Sans now just silent,
just
saying hello. Hello, Kabuki.
Oh, man. It really is disheartening, man, when you're fighting for your life, going for full effort, and then you see a Kadita who can kill you but decides to recall in your face to taunt you, Arashi.
He just stands there menacingly, floating above, levitating above Aura Fire. Van, unfortunately, still will be able to get his buffs, but Onyx, they are pressuring every single lane at the same time.
I mean, Van is a jungler, but the screens that Onyx is doing, Van is always visible in map.
Oh. Super fast hands by Kyrie. I wonder what the hand cam looked like there. And I wonder what Sans is doing with the hand cam too. Does he have 2 fingers on the recall button at this point, right? In the mid lane, he's doing it again. He does not want anyone to catch up to the recalls.
Now look at this, man. It's the Uranus special. The double cut from the mid and top side. But look at that, a solo play. Cancelled by a flicker. Kyrie is just so active right here, and no one is really stopping him.
Good cancel, Petrify connected. High will be taken out by Sans. Sans though will be forced to use the ult. Almost taken out there. Aran has no Viraga armor. Van caught. It seems like now the Turtle Battle of Retry will be taken by Van. Though he will pay for his life as Kyrie secures the kill. Aran now inside the turret. Seems like they don't care. Onyx members, they want to jump. Aran now forced to use the flicker, but it seems like now Onyx again looking for the kill. Has no Petrify, does not need it. Sans finds the killing spree.
At this point, Onyx has damage on recalls, right? It looks like that.
There's a buff, it's like a ritual, right? The more you recall, the more your next spell does. And Sans, man, he is there around every corner. Aura Fire can't catch a break.
No flicker this time. Seems like Zen. What? he survived that one. Whoa, okay, he forced to use the shadow kill that he stole. But again, Onyx, 4,000 gold lead, 6 minutes in.
And Boots, he's levitating across the land of Dawn, just moving forward, going past tier 2's screen. The Aura members, he's actually zoning quite well. Keyboy.
Oh, still looking for the first kill. Aura Fire in the tier 2. Zin chunked to and hacked 1 HP. Last Insanity popped. No casualty just yet though. But Onyx, they are just toying with the dragons.
A bit of deja vu for this Uranus back at MSC against Burnix Flash, the maniac Uranus, who saved the game for Onyx. This time, he doesn't need to save the game. He can continuously just push in even under the tier 2.
A secondary factor right here is the fact that Sans is playing this Kadita a bit more as a harassment tool. It doesn't matter if it doesn't one-shot you completely, but if you are out of the fight for the next, out of the Land of Dawn for the next few seconds, oh, look at the cancel with the onward!
Good animation and Keyboy with the outplay. Aura Fire lost a member. Take a look at Boots. Moving on towards Kabuki, forcing to use the Blazing Duets. Oh, they might be caught here. Onyx, they survive. Still, deathless in this game.
They're beating the clock 8-0 in 7 minutes. 2 full turrets, 1 turtle. It's a massacre.
And even when the counter is attempted, what was that, man? Keyboy! He has some kind of foresight, man. He just knew that that was coming, cancels it. And then Goni has mentioned, as a Kufra player, the Edith is a bit of a counter, especially in the right hands. Like here, it seems like Hai just can't do anything at all.
Oh, what? What? Oh my God, what a skill there by Keyboy. Top side though, it's a 2v1 situation. Aran gets taken out as Hai will not be able to do anything as just a sandbag, but Van finds compensation. Hai will be taken out eventually, but the first kill for Aura Fire occurred in the first 7 minutes. Onyx still ahead, almost 5,000 gold though. Turtle-wise, they will not have it.
Wow. The first kill in the game in the 8th minute of the game. Arashi, they got the turtle too. Was it value of, you know?
I don't think you can say, you can claim any value there, dude. They are able to get the turtle, sort of, but Aura Fire, they use so much, and the only thing they were able to get is the roamer. And to be fair, right now, Keyboy, 2-1 and 5, he's probably serving as a secondary carry in these games, man, with the power of nature. If you look at the items, Boots also is building for more speed, more mobility with the Brute Force Breastplate, and he's going for the Athena to ensure that he is not able to be bursted down. Maybe shredded down eventually, but not bursted down, and that allows him to just move forward without any worry at all of being deleted.
At this point, what are we waiting for Aura Fire? Are they waiting for a certain power spike, or are they just delaying it to the inevitable?
I think they are going to rely on a big movement, maybe with a neutral objective, because we said Van, like we saw earlier, is able to still match Kyrie in these Retribution battles. Whoa. But afterwards, a big combo is going to be so valuable for Aura Fire because of all the AoE. But look at Kabuki!
Insanity popped. Take a look at the re-engage. Sans finds Aran. Oh, the backside. Take a look at the cancel again. Hai wasn't able to do anything. Kari finds a mega as Kabuki will be able to find not the escape, but he will be taken out as well as the BMI wasn't able to save him. 3 members taken out as Aura Fire again. They look really lost.
Onyx are showing that there are levels to this game, and that Aura are not in their level. A cancel to the Terrace Rage with a Petrify from Sans. The mechanical duels, the mechanical outplays happening left and right. And Van, he actually saved the retry. Van might be the last hope for Onyx.
Let's see. Bad of execution, not enough time. A good cancel. Ooh. Van with the punctures. But Onyx, they want this. They want Van. Van will not be able to escape as a run now. Last Insanity for defensive. It seems like Onyx, they are in full control of this game.
It really seems like there's nothing at all that Aura can do, man. They're trying pickoffs, they're trying counter engages. Nothing is working in their favor. And Kyrie has been untouched so far. Almost at level 15, now going for high.
Oh, man, I mean, we're talking about untouched. Only Keyboy is a member of Onyx that has been technically touched. Zin and Aran trying to defend the mid lane turret. Keyboy, onward, save. Base turret here is the only structure left standing for a set of Aura of Fire. Let's see, will Onyx be able to crack just one? It seems like they do not have enough minions for now.
It's just Van. Van's the only one with a kill. Van's the only one who was able to make Onyx bleed a bit with 2 turtle takes. That's it. That's all they have.
All around, good shadow kill.
Suns!
Suns! Finding the unstoppable in the backside as Zen was the sole casualty. And it seems like Onyx, they're looking and pushing for more.
Man, you don't have a siege, you don't have high ground or vision, but when you have a Kadira in the hands of Sans, you just know that the play can happen at any moment. Aura of Fire got caught off guard right there. They might be jumped on right now. Boots. He's walking in.
He's just chilling in the hammock in the front side. Take a look at this good zone. A shadow kill has been placed. Iran forced to use the flicker. There's a kill happen, but almost. High gets taken out. It's 16-1. Van trying to fend up the base turret here. Bottom lane manages to do so. Keyboy does not connect the onward, but it will be officially all structures from the side of Aura Fire taken out. Kyrie jumps in. Iran awkward last Saturday, but it's still Onyx here. 12,000 gold lead.
What do they do? Arashi, 3 base turrets with the first lord. Not even with the first lord. Van looking for a desperate play.
Oh, he might find it. CW though catches outside.
How?
Does not get caught. Onyx, they are playing this rather slow. Keyboy has immortality. It seems like Boots still just recall it in front lane.
Look at Keyboy, man. He just pops the ultimate, the power of nature, and turns around just like that. Aura Fire, and everything they were trying to throw at the members of Onyx falls short. That was the brute force play from Onyx, knowing that they're at a 12,000 gold lead at 12 minutes, almost 13 minutes. And look at the gold, man. Van is trying his best, but he can't keep up. Even Boots, the man notorious for letting go resources for his team, is just completely ahead by about 1,000 gold.
It all seems that Onyx aren't even competing against Aura Fire. They're competing against the clock. 13 minutes, 12,000 gold lead. They're trying to beat the timing instead of beating Aura Fire. They're having a bit too much fun right now with the recalls, but with the way that they're playing, Aura have 0 answers. Keyboy!
Let's see, will they end Aura's Fane? Loses immortality and will be taken out in the backside. Zin looks for an escape. Onyx recollects. Iran now caught, stunned, everything. Viraga armor taken out. Iran has immortality, but Van looking for a puncture towards the backside, does not get the connection. Good dodge. It seems like Kabuki finds a good blazing duet. Good shutdown towards Hans as Kyrie in the back, finding the unstoppable. And this is it. Onyx, they might strike first. Hell does not respond.
Without minions, the heavens take game number 1. Keyboy will die for style. A stomp is an understatement. It doesn't do this game justice for Onyx.
Once again, man, Onyx just reinstate. It shows everyone yet again. There's a reason why there are 8 teams between us. We are on top in heaven, and you guys are gonna stay down there in hell.
The Sky Kings showing quality.
Not just quality. That ain't quality. They're showing levels to this game. They're showing a different level of play. We've seen Onyx with the MSC lineup. We've seen them scrap against RRQ. But we very rarely get to see them full in serious mode, and this game they fully respected Aura. They gave them the best Onyx they could bring out.
It really feels like there's nothing that could be done, man. Aura tried to go for burst damage, tried to DPS, tried to target Keyboy, Kyrie, Sant, but every single time, the best they can do is get them low, and somehow, some way, the players of Onyx, man, they just have that foresight. They know what's gonna happen, they predict everything, cancel out your plays, and they survive with a sliver of HP, no sweat.
In that final moment, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to Kyrie, but he had the Quad Shadow. He connected the Quad Shadow onto the Lancelot. Van was escaping. Use puncture, Kyrie waits. Thorn Rose waits. Phantom Execution waits. Final puncture, boom. Quad Shadow connecting, and then the Shadow kill to take Van down. The trigger discipline of using just the Quad Shadow. They are literally, they know the limits of everything in their kit. All the way from recalling to becoming 1 HP to using the rough wave Sans in the turtle pit in the early moments of the game to that final moment where Kyrie held down in the quad shadow knows there's still more resources to be used up before I can go on Van. How do you get this good?
I mean, Onyx, they just not know how to just read the macro. They also know how to read and predict the micro of their opponents. And there you go. The example. Van, wait. Right time, execute.
The Dragons who are trying their best to climb out, to fly out of hell, get shoved back in by the Sky Kings. And it wasn't a polite stomp. It was a very rude one, man. The recalls, the way they were playing right in front of Aura's faces. Arashi, I mean, what adjustments do they need to make? What are there adjustments to be made?
Where do you even begin, man? I mean, in the drafts, I must say, it doesn't seem like the usual Aura either, right? They weren't playing the map pressure. Technically, if you look at the matchups, most of the lanes were really going in favor of Onyx. And of course, it's due to the roaming that's being done by the mid lane, by the roamer. And this is how dominant they were, man. Sometimes they weren't even in the same area. Usually it's a triple roam, right? 3-man roaming around.
Yikes.
Now, Sans goes top, right? Kiboy goes bottom, and they just make plays happen on their own. And Aura just have no idea. I think they have to try and redefine where they can make plays happen. Because if it's a kind of a what if, a maybe, that's not good enough, man. You can't do if, buts, and maybes against Onyx. They will find an absolute solution and just outclass you right there.
Again, I completely agree. I mean, Arashi said it. Clearly, you need to find an absolute approach going up against Onyx. If you look, if you hesitate, right? Onyx will not just punish you, but they will end you. Just like what they did to Aura. What, 13,000 gold the deficit was?
20-2?
20-2 kills. Goodness me.
Yikes.
Aura Fire, they need to recover from that game fast.
ASAP.
ASAP.
Usually I'd say the same thing, recover, right?
How do you recover from that, though?
But how do you recover from that?
Oh
That's the better question, man. I think at this point, Aran needs to claim his trial card that he lost maybe in his first week.
Is Kimura an option?
No. Whoa. Let's not go that far, buddy.
Let's not pull a... Never mind.
It's maybe a bit of an over
Let's not swap our
adjustment.
players in,
exactly.
between the match.
Week 7,
between
between games, switch players.
We've seen that before.
I think something that Aura can do, right? Something they can definitely try and do is what we were talking about earlier. Now, you can't really have one engage tool. You need to have at least 2. I think that's a requirement at this point. Because look at what happens, man. All the eyes were on high, and every single time he went for an engage. Whether it doesn't even matter who it's on. Whatever it is, Onyx is ready with a response. Is it an Earth Shatter? Is it an Onward to cancel the combo? Even mid-travel, the Onwards did cancel it as well. This is because that's the only thing they have to pay attention to. Even in the end, in the middle of the game, where the X-Borg on Aran was doing a last insanity and nuking everybody down, they were really worried because it's just slow, so we can get out of it. We have mobility. So I think if they add someone else, it doesn't have to be Aran. Someone else, maybe the mid laner, right? Maybe something with a bit more crowd control. Then maybe now they can, take turns, right? High goes for a play, but now when they're occupied with High, a different way of engaging is used. Because otherwise, I think they are just way too clean with it, man. And this is going to be the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's going to be your boy, Kira Sans, on this Kadita, reminding everyone, you don't let this go, man.
Oh my god, I mean, I have no words again. I mean, all 5 members of Onyx, I feel like, deserve the MVP. But yeah, I mean, Sans, he did his job, but what he did was he recalled.
Just recalled.
At this point, I am convinced the recalls do damage, right? I mean,
skill 1, skill 2, skill 3, there's no such thing.
Yeah.
All recalls.
I mean, even between, usually on Kadita, you just go for the splash damage. You go for, you go for this... for dash and then the Breath of the Ocean, and then you petrify right before the Breath of the Ocean, so the Breath of the Ocean connects.
Yeah.
And then you rough waves. Sans, no. It goes in, petrify, recall, Breath of the Ocean, recall, then rough waves. Maybe a few more recalls on top of the 3 recalls already.
Actually, on that point, that's a very solid point, Mirko, because sometimes he doesn't even go for the default combo, right? When he feels like, okay, you know what, this target I'm going for has no mobility. No need to petrify. It doesn't even matter. The rough waves alone is doing enough damage because of how ahead he was. And in the early game, you know that Khedira is going to be aggressive, but man, he is finding success due to the intervention of his teammates as well. And afterwards, he is just abusing this kid, man. And he's always in the right place at the right time to capitalize on engages, to catch a run when he's low right here. He just knows where to be. It must be tongue travelers or something, man.
Again, you can see it happen here many times. By the way, Kyrie completely neglected the turtle. He wanted to save the turtles in this game.
I feel like he was just trying to use the turtle as bait, trying to force Aura to try and contest, you know? Because there's one time where Van was able to actually steal one of the turtles. Great, but afterwards, seems like they were banking on it a bit too much. You saw several times Van, like here, going in solo, trying to make something happen, could not get away. Afterwards, it's just a slow and painful process of getting absolutely dismantled with sheer brute force from Onyx.
Any words, Connie?
I mean, Sans and Keyboy facilitates Onyx here.
Here, look at this.
First game.
Look at how long he held that. Look at the quad shadow still on him. Right as the Phantom Execution gets used, then Kyrie jumps.
Shadow kill. Oh my god, beautiful. Beautiful mechanics, beautiful IQ.
You know, I think a big factor right here is the fact that Onyx, we know that they are all very adept at a massive array of heroes in their hero pool. And because of that, they know what to do against the picks. Not just what to do on the picks, but against it as well. And I think that's another level of understanding that not a lot of teams can claim that they have. You take a look at the items right here. Of course, Sans has insane amounts of damage, all the penetration, even an extra bit from the boots, just for good measure. And we talked about Boots himself, going for the Athena shield early on, not greeding for the Oracle, because he knows it's not about out-sustaining here. Aura's composition, it's about going for the pickoffs, going for the burst damage. If they want to try and play the long game, we have an Edith, we have Hayabusa, we have an Irithel that is more mobile, that could be more reliable in these fights. Movement speed from the Brutus Breastplate, going for the Athena for cancelling out any burst threat, and then afterwards, Oracle to get more regeneration, and then the Blade Armor just to completely shut down any possibility of Kabuki saving the game for his team.
It was so crazy, we even missed on the score. 20 to 2? No, it's 21 to 2.
Oh my lord.
They added a shadow kill, literally. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Common emblem. I mean, it's not like they went for anything game-changing, revolutionary. It was literally them executing what is already here to perfection. They had all the calculations in their head. At this point, it's no longer calculations. I just feel like it's instinctual. It's built in their minds. They don't need to calculate.
Well, if you look at the emblems for Aran, by the way, just saying, he went with the full sustain, even with the Firmness, the Festival of Blood, and the Brave Smite. He was trying so hard to survive, but it just wasn't enough. And he doesn't have the mobility, so I don't know if this is a playstyle that he is comfortable with, that he enjoys. But looking at the cards, man, not even the sandbag being given to Aura Fire. Onyx just take everything, ensuring that there is no chance for Aura to even argue with the results.
No, not at all here. They need a miracle stat. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, they're in 9th place. With this L, it's going to suffer the more. Onyx, though, with this win, it might secure them the upper brackets.
They already have a 30% chance, Arashi, to make it to the playoffs. They're going to have to buy some more tools, maybe in Indomart with the point system to get more rewards, to try to win this game. And maybe, I don't know, they don't even need to fix that red tree. They don't have Indomart red tree, unlike some of the viewers that we have here watching. You guys are probably pretty bad at the red tree. I've seen you got your clips, guys, okay? Just trust me on this. Go to Indomart, buy products, but also install the app, because you guys can get points, so you get free diamonds. If you visit the booth, you guys can get free products even. And all you need to do is scan the QR code earlier and also try to be legendary with the Indomart Point Cool app. Search Indomart Point Cool and you should get it, right? It's anywhere you go in Indonesia, you'll find Indomart.
Straightforward everywhere, and in Indomart, you know, Merkel, you know, Arashi, I need me some caffeine.
Well, you can take a page out of Aura's book.
How?
They have a 30% chance to make it to the playoffs. We have a 30% discount for you guys for Point Coffee.
Whoa.
How do you get your Point Coffee, Gani? Do you go up to the stand with the lady? What's the lady's name?
Fitri.
Do you do that, or do you buy it through app?
I sometimes do both, but I really love the app because I can insert the code Point Coffee 30 on my Indomaret Point Co app. And what I do get is a 30% discount on matcha latte, caramel macchiato, and
What is
lemon
this?
tea. So
On
get
these
yourself the always on point taste and make your day or your game be legendary.
Arashi, would you call the professional baristas perfect?
What kind of question is that?
Because Chefin told us that it wasn't just professional baristas making our coffee. It was perfect professional baristas. And
Perfect.
because they're so perfect, we gotta get a taste, right? We gotta try it.
Let's see about that, really.
I don't mind it at all. I mean, I need caffeine.
If there was a word to put it, yeah, I would say perfect is a good word, you know? But while you're on to the 30% discount, you can get another 90% cashback discount as well on Grab Bike and Grab Car using Grab. MPL Indonesia Season 12 has begun. You guys can probably come over here to the venue if you guys are in Indonesia, in Jakarta specifically, or even if you watch at home, grab food, right, Donnie? You like to grab food.
Every time, man. 90% discount on new users. And if you want to get Diamond or MLBB Hero skins, just stay tuned because there are a lot of grabs challenges.
Arashi's been spamming the grab challenges.
Arashi, have you?
Of course, why not, man? It's
Why
free
not?
value. Especially, you know, if you want to get diamonds, right? Or maybe MLB Hero skins. You gotta try and just get everything you want, man. And I'm all about that efficiency. And I'm all about, you already know I'm all about RRQ, man. Ovo X, Lemon, and Fersic. This is an insane deal, I must say.
When you use Grab, you pay using OVO. That's the
Right.
best way to pay. You get the most cashbacks, you get the most promotions, and on top of that, you also get a chance, if you're an RRQ Kingdom, or even if you're not an RRQ fan, you're probably a fan of Lemon anyways, right? And
Yeah,
Fersic
yeah.
too. So go ahead and join in. All you need to do is register at payovo.co/MPL and tell us why you really want to play with Lemon and Fersic. Here, this is a reference for all you guys. Why do you want to play with Lemon and Fersic? Arashi.
You can't put me on the spot like this, man. I gotta prepare an essay, dude.
On the spot.
On the
What?
spot,
Why?
Arashi.
Why?
I would like to experience playing with someone that has made such amazing history in Mobile Legends.
See that? Don't do that. Make it more interesting. That was horrible. Gani, you want to try?
For me, I like the fruit.
Huh? Funny, but I don't think the 8 people who get selected will be these ones. Okay, so go ahead. You have a better chance than Gani and Arashi. Just like Shepin has a better chance to get on here to watch this show and also experience the hair cam by Head and Shoulders. You guys want amazing hair? Arashi, Gani, you guys have amazing hair.
You too.
Oh, you know why?
Why?
The shoulders and the heads.
I don't even need to say anything because she's pointing at the product.
Okay, straightforward.
And look at this transition.
Whoa, where did that come from?
Seamless, 100%. Yes.
No wonder where Shevin is right now, man. Is he still in the building?
CITB question mark?
After the Geek loss, I think he is not even on the stream.
Yikes. What a sad day for Shevin. Let's hope he gets well soon, but back to this matchup right here. It's hard to, we have already tried to explore every single talking point we have here, and you really don't see anything. The best thing we can maybe assume that can be done by Aura is to use the, well, I bet you guys are getting bored of hearing this, but the Aran effect, we haven't seen it being used to its maximum value, so I don't know, man. Maybe there's something they can try, because at this point, why not, right? At least if they don't, we can see that the Aran effect is yet again attempted, and I think there's at least a better chance of them going with that route.
The Sky Kings have clipped the Dragons' wings in game number 1 now. It's all about executing the Dragons. Their chance to playoffs low with a 2-0 loss. It might go all the way to 0. It might be the final hope, the last hope, last chance for Aura to make something happen. And here it is, game number 2. Drafts, Onyx. Wow. They're letting the Fredrin go, probably wants the first pick in, and they're banning out the Baksha and the Martis. They're shutting Van down.
And it's fascinating to see that there are adaptations being made by Onyx, even though people can say that the draft don't matter, man. the executions are just too clean from Onyx. But now they're showing again, it's not just about the executions, man. The reason why they have been so dominant is because they are also an absolute powerhouse in the drafting phase. For Aura, it won't be that big of a difference. It's still the Fanny, Joy, and Bruno. Not a lot of things they can afford to give up. And there we go. The Psycho Fred being picked up by Onyx. And uniquely, this is one of the only teams that can very consistently, very reliably flex it towards the EXP lane.
A scary choice. It's how do they make a Fredrin feel like a Kadena? It's so flexible. And Edith even, the prio picks that they can create. Oh my goodness. This Fredrin pick. Again, Arashi. It's the Claude first pick. After the changes to the patch, what do you think, Gani? Do you think the Claude is still that prio for it to be first pick again? 2 games in a row.
I doubt that, right? I mean,
with the Kadena open.
Oh my god, it's just a similar composition, but they trade sides.
Oh man.
Erythel secured. This is gonna be tough lane again for Claude. Now, if we're talking about Claude, right? It's just Kabuki this season. Very, very questionable performances even by Kabuki. Questionable, just, I don't know. I wonder, right? But let's say, again, Van will pick up the Lancelot. It's just basically the same, but the Fredrin isn't here.
I think they desperately need utility, man. Like we mentioned, the Edith is great, and maybe Hai can match the Keyboy. If Keyboy goes for a Kufra here, that's a huge statement, man. Making sure that Hai knows where he belongs, below the great Keyboy. But still, even if you do have an Edith, you want to have something else that Onyx needs to worry about. Of course, for Onyx, it was the Kadira, it was the Fredrin, sort of. Now for Aura, they have to try and find something. But you can bet that Onyx will be trying to ban some of this out. And Aura, they're forced to recognize the danger of that Hayabusa in the hands of Kyrie.
Good adjustment, I would say, man. Game number 1, it really felt like Aura were trying to experiment. Their bans in the second phase were Kanja and Martis. Against Kyrie, that's not usually what you see. You usually see the Haya, the Ling, and now they're going for that. They're going for the Haya. Let's see if they want to go for the Ling ban here, because with the Lancelot, yes, you have better ways to farm, to invade as well. Maybe that might come into fruition here, the game plan for Aura to invade. But safe choice, ban it out. Try to take Kyrie's, but then the Fredrin can just be flexing to the jungle.
I mean, I was about to say, right, if Onyx, let's say, you know what, yeah, let's just contingency, but, and then they hit it. Yeah, it's just the Fredrin goes into the jungler position, but it seems like they are taking their time here for that last ban. Will it be another EXP ban here? Paquito is still on the board as well.
It's absurd, man. The layers upon layers of Onyx strategy. It's like a lasagna. All the best ingredients as the troll gets banned away by Aura. Probably predicting what Kiba would want against a equally aggressive roamer that can engage on him. But like we mentioned, if Kiba goes with the Kufra, it's going to be dangerous. But it seems like Onyx is also trying to limit the amount of engage that Aura can secure for themselves.
Do they want to take on a Paquito, let's say, here?
Yeah.
The export. Wow, so playmaking heroes, team fight heroes against Iran, those are the bans. Paquito still up for grabs, unlike game number 1. Was banned out by Onyx last ban. They are basically baiting it out. And it won't be picked up. Sin will secure a comfort pick in the Forza against the Kadena.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Chef in line, right? Ballsy. This is going to be a very, very tough here. So with this in mind, I feel like they're going to play more towards the positioning, right? I mean, Far's not sure. It somehow get hard countered by that Kadena, but if he has range, position himself well, he can too deal damage.
I'm suspecting an assassin, man. I can't help but feel like this Fredrin is going to be flexed out. Having a Farsa, that's such a juicy target, and having an assassin on top of the Kadena, we saw how difficult it was for the backline to even be somewhat relevant in game number 1. I think Onyx will go for the same kind of play.
Whoa, what?
Let's go!
It's not an assassin.
My bad.
But it's a diver for sure. Leo Mord. We've only seen it once. It was from Vincent from Rebellion Zion and the Kaja as well. My goodness. We have a show. Kyrie on the Leomord. Oh man,
I don't know what to expect, man.
From Aura. What pick?
Oh my god. My goodness.
Oh, what a pick.
Belleric? I don't know, man. At this point, I mean, you didn't know you're gonna get dove on. I think crowd control is what comes to mind. And when I talk about crowd control, I remember Belleric, right? So obviously maybe not something that experimental, but something with knockup, something with pushback, I think will be so beneficial right here before they get run over.
Oh man, it's a Kufra again, this time to try to counter the Kanja. Definitely better than game number 1 against the Edith, but with the Edith in the XP lane again, they are forcing Aran to play a playmaking hero. The Pokito was up for grabs for the entirety of that draft. Let's see if this pays off for the Dragons. We're trying to fly out to climb out of the depths of 9th place.
Let's see, indeed. Will Onyx here sweep, bring out the brooms against Aura Fire? Or will Aura Fire in the second game, will they equalize?
Will the fire be extinguished? Gani, Arashi!
I must say, I do think so, man. The draft looks better for Aura, but I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to fan the flames and make a flame big enough for Onyx to even take notice.
The emblems, the drafts have been set for game number 2, the decider. Woohoo! For upper brackets and for playoffs, Onyx versus Aura. Welcome to the land of dawn for game number 2.
Yippee-ki-yay, let's say Onyx again. Okay, CW here, he opted for a Purify, it seems like. Yeah, Kyrie, Leomord, take a look at this. Not a debut pick this season, but in the hands of Kyrie, it's a debut.
After the changes in the previous patch, a lot of people were talking about Leomord having potential, but man, we haven't seen it a lot at all, and now finally it's making an appearance, and I think people are waiting in anticipation to see the full potential of this pick in the hands of Kyrie. But look at High.
Wow, High poked already.
Ignored.
To a half HP, and he's level 1 still. So, on the other side, my goodness, first blood falls in the hands of Kyrie. And Zin.
What the heck?
This is very weird, right? Keyboy zones Zin.
What?
And Sans zones High.
What is Arashi? What is going on? Try to put it to words.
The roamer is just absolutely zoning
the
mid laner.
Oh,
Kabuki,
no! Barbiel comes, Kabuki will be able to escape. No, not this time, Kyrie.
Oh!
Will find the kill. High, a little bit too late to the party. But again, Onyx 2-0 now.
That was a DD, a dirty dive from Onyx.
I mean, look at this, man. Where are they trying to play for, right? Aura Fire. Their roamer is in the mid lane. Their mid laner is in the bot lane. And it's all over the place. What are they trying to do? Where is the early advantage that they are trying to use to try and get some semblance of control? If it is in the EXP lane, against a Fredrin that is quote-unquote not as good in the current meta, then go there.
And now Onyx have a 1,000 gold lead again. They're trying to beat the clock at this point. The timer, Keyboy.
It just started.
It just started. It just begun. Let's see for Van. Oh, they reset it! What?
Oh no! Oh, that's a mistake. Good catch though by High. The follow-up damage will not be there. Petrify connecting onwards in the backside, but Sans will fall. High now will be the trade. It's a mid lane for Rome, but it seems like Kyrie is hungry with the Phantom Steed. Does not commit onwards around just yet though, but that surely will make space for Onyx.
What happened? What happened to the turtle? They got. Was it Keyboy who did anything to make that reset, or was it simply a mistake from Aura?
I think Van was trying to output more damage, used the Phantom Execution as well, but his slight reposition due to the spell just moved him out of the way. Now with a free turret, with Boots just being the classic, just wall. Oh, the mid lane.
Yeah, Divine Judgment connects. First damage surely be there, but Wings by Wings will not be able to help Zin escape. Again, Aura Fire losing another trade.
Wait, they're looking for another dive here. They're pinning Kabuki down. Keyboy's whipping Kabuki little by little, but it's just to zone him away. I mean, we kind of expected that in the mid lane for the Farsa against the Kadira. But what the heck? 4-1, man. 3 minutes in.
I feel like Onyx has some beef with us, man. We were talking earlier about how Kaja isn't really dominant. It's too squishy. You can't pressure.
Yeah.
And look at this. How is Keyboy doing this? It makes no sense. As Sans now.
Oh my goodness. Didn't have a chance to say anything. And Van gets insta-bursted down. Yellow Porcupines 3,000 goal lead 4 minutes in.
You try to strike the Porcupines, you get hurt, man. You get those the pins on you.
The spikes.
And that's what's happening to the Dragons. Every single time they're looking for a proactive move around the map, they're the ones who are getting punished by Onyx. It's almost like Onyx have a bird's eye view of the map.
I mean, they are towering 8 levels above where Aura is right now. And I think it's really shown figuratively by the maneuvers right here. Now, finally, Keyboy.
Yeah, catch onto his Keyboy. He soaks in the damage,
No way.
survives Divine Judgment. On towards Van, out of all people. By now will not be able to escape. This time as Sans collects the double. Again, Aura Fire. What the heck?
They lose that engagement. They lose the buff. It's left, the small minion is left there as well. As Sans, I must say, man, he always recalls, he doesn't play efficiently, and he's always in the right place at the right time, always finds a way to capitalize. How is this even possible? It's just unfair.
It's ironic. He always recalls, but he never recalls, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
He taps the recall button, but I've never seen him go back to base unless he dies. That's the pressure that Onyx have over the map. The turtle now taken again for free. And even in the mid lane, what is Sin supposed to do? He has Flicker, but he's gonna be zoned once!
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Okay, he might be get punished here. Let's say, yeah, he will be punished. Even at his last breath, he still recalls. But again, Onyx does not stand idly by as Kabuki will be the trade.
The recall god who never actually recalls will be sent back through a dead kit.
Oh my. Whiplashing.
What can we say?
Whiplash.
That is just unfortunate. Despite the best efforts from Van, he is not rewarded. And for Onyx, the dive in the bottom lane has paid off, man. Kabuki, I feel at this point, he is just ruined. 2 deaths. Level 7 against level 8.
What the heck?
Flicker Divine Judgment as CW will gladly secure the kill. Concealed play. They look for the mid. Aran defending alone. Zin in the backside. Feather air try pop. Aran now taunt everything in the kitchen sink. And he gets taken out. Kyrie with the Phantom Seed looking for a kill. Oh! Van claims the double. Onyx showing dominance again.
Getting stomped by the horse.
Aura Fire, man. Hustled by the horse patrol. That is unreal, man. That is a lot of speed and a lot of damage in the same package. You can't even try and pick him off, man. He's not an assassin. He's a fighter. And if you are this ahead, you might as well serve as a tank as well. Look at the pressure, man. With Boots, Kyrie, and Keyboy all technically immune from being picked off. They are just pushing their advantage and suffocating Van away from his own resources.
Oh, Sans.
Oh my goodness, good pick off. Now you see Aran, now you don't.
At least you got to see him, right? It could have been worse.
A little. But yeah, I mean, oh, now let's see Kyrie.
Oh no!
Comes in, Kyrie the cowboy gets another godlike. Yeehaw!
That is the charge, man. Even with the mobility of the Lancelot against the Leomord, you know, you only have 2 legs, man. He's on a horse. You take a good look. He's on a horse, and seems like CW also making use of the leg advantage.
Someone's on a horse, CW's on a tiger.
Items being built for everyone. What is going on, dude?
And Onyx are on the dragons. They're riding the dragons, controlling, dictating every movement from Aura.
Oh my goodness. Aura Fire. Similar to game 1 as Onyx. Now even Keyboy hops in the recall. Banned.
You had 1, now you have 2. Now we're just waiting for Boots, CW, and Kyrie, but it's uncharacteristic of them.
I don't know, man. It seems like they have somehow gotten the heads of Aura. Good. No!
God, high again and taken out. 5th time this game. Golden Staff collected though. Let's see, will it create an impact for Kabuki? Sans finds the 2-mana Petrify. Does not get taken down as well. What the heck, Sans?
They don't even need minions to take that tier 2 down. Van has only now finished the Hunter Strike, his second item. Oh, and that's what happens when the 2-item. Oh my God, Lancelot goes up against a BOD Hunter Strike. I don't even know what to say. 10-0, bro. 10-0.
Look at how Aura is maneuvering, man. They are just petrified, in fear, in horror from the overlords towering above them. How are they supposed to do anything? Any engage gets countered. Any missed position gets punished. Any resource they can get immediately gets transformed into a kill by Onyx. And now with them staying in the base, with only 3 of them actually, one more pickoff.
Quicker Divine Judgment will facilitate Iran's death. Again, Kyrie though, pops the Phantom Seed as well, but it seems like he knows, he calculates, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to go and be more aggressive because Lord is up.
And that's a DHS, by the way, for Irithel. Kabuki's able to find something across the board. A trade, at least, at this point. Trying to nullify that gold lead, but it's still a 10K. We have a game fact. Throughout MPL Indonesia Season 12, Van holds the #1 position in turtle rate with 64.29% out of 29 games. And they're 9th, ladies and gentlemen. So Van has seriously got some crazy, crazy skills there with the red tree. Unfortunately, not in this game.
0 in this game so far. So for Onyx now, after taking the Lord, they're always really struggling dealing with the aggression even without the Lord. You have to wonder, man, with the Lord coming in, are we going to see a dive? Are we going to see a split push? Onyx can do so many different things with this advantage. And now it's not even about how Aura can deal with it. You're just wondering what option is Onyx going to explore.
What do they explore at this point, right, for Onyx? Aura Fire are trying to cut the waves. Kyra is looking for another 1v1. Tries to make it a full 1v1 up top. Let's see.
Let's see, Phantom Seed, yippee-ki-yay! Howdy, Van! Kyrie finds the kill, finds the legendary.
Brutal.
Mid-base turret, taken now. Seems like the connection for Sans doesn't really connect. Featherweight strike in the back. Lord needs to be taken care of, as High, though, will be the casualty. Mid-base turret, mid-wave now, coming in. Can Aura Fire defend with 3? Zin, Kabuki, and Iran here. Looking for the clear. Iran jumps in though. Sans gets punished. Iran will be the traitors. Oh, it's more than enough. Yellow Porcupines sweeping Aura Fire.
11 minutes for the battle of heaven and hell. First place to 9th place, and we get to see the level difference between the top of MPL ID and the bottom. Aura Fire could not level, could not sustain, could not withstand the onslaught from the Sky Kings.
On this day, man, Aura received a grim reminder. They live in fear of the King of the Skies.
An absolute statement from Onyx again.
Nasty.
A massacre. 1 to 9th. I mean, it looked obvious on paper, but I don't think anyone expected an 11-minute game, right? Right? No. Is that a new record?
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Is that the new record? Is that the fastest game in MPL Indonesia Season 12?
I think so, is it not?
It's up there. I cannot confirm, but it's definitely up there.
It's definitely top 3.
11 minutes for Onyx. That's all it took. It was a walk in the park. Maybe even easier than a walk in the park for this team. The drafts, the execution.
Unreal,
Perfect.
man. Not sure what you can say, but unreal.
Well, if you're an Aura fan, this is what you can say. You can emote and show your sadness. That was a game that was not competitive. It was a stomp from early to the end. My goodness gracious, Ghani. Like you said, Onyx are on the top. What are they doing usually? What are they always doing?
Chill.
Well, chill, but also, what is the word, the term that you usually use?
Unbothered.
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 The classic. Unfazed, unbothered.
Unhinged.
We're gonna throw it over to Bude Clara Momstar for the interview.
Pesona tim Onyx semakin memukau dengan 2-0 yang mereka dapatkan. Dan tiada tim yang tak bisa mereka kalahkan di regular season MPL Indonesia season 12. Dan akhirnya Aura Down bang, down kelar. Tapi kalian di match hari ini tim Onyx, apakah ada motivasi sendiri atau apa sih yang mungkin kata-kata yang kalian untuk satu sama lain kasih untuk mempersiapkan match hari ini? Ada gak sih kayak ngomong sesuatu mungkin, ayo gas atau apa? Siapa yang boleh Boots, boleh Sans, boleh. Tadi yang jempolnya paling pegel siapa tuh?
Apa?
Sans, katanya Sans. Pagi hari ini atau semalam untuk mempersiapkan match hari ini, kalian ada gak sih ngomong sesuatu satu sama lain kayak, ayo guys jempolnya dipencet terus ya. Lebih semangat motivasi untuk match hari ini, apakah spesial?
Ya, semangat karena mau balas dendam, recall.
Balas dendam, recall.
Ya.
Pegel nggak tadi?
Apa?
Pegel nggak jempolnya?
Enggak.
Oh,
Saya
enggak?
senang, malah senang banget.
Malah-
Balas dendam recall.
Balas dendam, recall. Mengena ya ternyata buat Sans ya.
Ya, kemarin.
Kemarin. Gimana Sans untuk match hari ini buat Sans sendiri? Cepet banget loh 2-0. Kecewa atau mungkin senang?
Ya senang sih. Dia kayak kena mental gitu, takutan.
Takutan ya?
Iya.
Dari awal di recall sama Sans. Apakah itu strategi juga nge-recall bikin panik, bikin takut gak sih?
Ya mungkin salah satunya itu.
Di leg 1 pas kamu di recall apa perasaan Sans?
Sebenarnya biasa aja sih, ya.
Tapi kalau mereka kayaknya beda ya?
Apa?
Kalau mereka beda ya?
Nggak tahu.
Di game pertama bisa dibilang Sin yang di mid lane kayaknya jadi sasaran utama kalian banget ya Sans. Itu Sans yang, oi ayo tengah atau gimana tuh komunikasinya?
Karena pakai flicker aja sih, kan aku pakai Kadita terus dia pakai Parsha gitu-gitu flicker, jadi diincar gitu.
Incar aja.
Iya.
Memang sesuai ya, bukan kayak tadi pagi, guys nanti tengah dulu ya guys. Ada gitu nggak?
Nggak ada, kita gas terus tadi.
Ada pembahasan nggak sih siapa misalnya di game pertama kan tadi oke kita Sin, di game kedua kalian merubah game plan kalian, tiba-tiba kayaknya manuver ke Kabuki, apakah ini cewek yang komunikasi, guys sekarang kayaknya kita harus acak-acak gold lanernya nih guys, recallin bawah dong gitu kah?
Gak ada sih, paling tadi Boots doang sih kayak bunuh aran gitu.
Oh, Boots yang bunuh aran. Boots butuh bantuan di EXP lane-nya?
Enggak, bohong.
Bohong ya? Tadi gimana Boots untuk gamenya? Komunikasi apa? Ada sesuatu nggak yang mungkin bisa dikasih tahu sama kita nih yang dari tadi menyaksikan betapa sadisnya kalian di 2 game tadi?
Kayaknya Kiboy sih mau ngomong.
Lempar terus. Boots bentar, pegang dulu. Kita ngeliat dulu yuk player of the match ya sebelum ke Kiboy ya. Player of the match-nya nih, Sobat Onyx. Aduh, jago semua, bingung ya? Siapa? Kairi? Leomordnya? Oh oke, semuanya beda-beda nih. Lagi pada berdiskusi. Tapi kita sudah punya datanya juga dari player of the match. 2 game yang sudah dilalui oleh tim Onyx adalah deng. Kairi! You become player of the match. 2 games. You play Hayabusa and then Leomord. Leomord? Is that true? You play Leomord? Is this from you or from Coach Yap? Ini dari kamu atau Coach Yap yang nyuruh atau where does it come from? Leomord out of nowhere.
Itu dari Coach Adi. Itu ya Coach Adi.
Dari idenya Coach Adi. Pernah latihan dengan Leomord?
Ya 2 kali. 2 kali, 3 kali.
2 kali, 3 kali dan langsung ya. Langsung di sini. When Adi pick Leomord, what is your response at the time? Iya, responnya apa tadi?
Ya gas aja.
Gas aja?
Ya, percaya sama saya percaya itu Adi.
Percaya Adi. Kalau
Ya,
Adi,
percaya Adi.
Adi bilangnya apa? Kairi, Leomord ya. Biar kamu bisa
itu tadi
jingkrak-jingkrak.
Coach mau link, tapi gue mau Lemon.
Oh jadi ada discussion ya. Jadi discussion ada yang oke, Link, ada yang Adinya Leomord and you just let's go Leomord.
Because Lemon skin bagus.
Mau pakai skin Leomord ternyata alasan Kairi Pak memilih Leomord adalah skinnya bagus. Well, tapi apakah ini ada hubungannya dengan the first player who play Leomord in MPL is Vincent. Your next match up. in this week. Are you still confident with your retribution for the next match against Vincent?
Nggak tahu, tapi gas aja, gas.
Tapi gas aja. But how do you feel about the Vincent? Are you still watching Vincent or you consider Vincent as your next strong opponent in MPL Indonesia?
Nggak tahu. Yes, I treat everyone equally.
Treat everyone equally. Jadi semuanya dia anggap sama-sama berat juga. Dan hari ini kayak mereka juga dengan sangat baik memainkan game yang sangat perfect. Kalau bisa dibilang ya, hampir saja mereka benar-benar nggak kasih poin. Tapi tadi katanya Kiboy mau ngomong ya? Heeh ya?
Udah tadi.
Kiboy belum ngomong,
Udah.
Kiboy. Belum. Siapa yang denger Kiboy ngomong? Nggak ada, Boy. Apa Kiboy mau ngomong apa tadi? Anak-anak bilang Kiboy mau ngomong. Kiboy mau ngomong apa? Apakah kamu kecewa dengan Samohate yang nggak bermain? Atau Samohate kurang ngeluarin rahasia-rahasiamu?
Ya lumayan kecewa lah. Nggak ada Thomas.
Nggak ada Thomas kecewa. Tapi kalau dari hasilnya, kalian ketika menang dengan sangat dominan, bagaimana?
Mungkin yang pertama seneng lah, balas dendam, down lagi. Terus yang kedua seneng banget lihat Boots happy banget soalnya.
Boots happy banget
Iya
ya?
happy banget Boots gila.
2 kali pakai kaja, kamu disuruh nangkepin orang kah?
Iya lock aran gitu Boots.
Oh, itu rahasianya ya.
Gua lihat Boots seneng, kita pun senang semua lah.
Semuanya bahagia.
Iya.
Boots senang sudah? Minggu ini udah down semua sebagai kapten, kayak semua tim udah berhasil kalian kalahkan. Dan udah sisa-sisa tinggal dikit banget match untuk Onyx. Ini akan ke kita interview terus, Boots? Berharap akan interview terus nggak?
Amin.
Amin, berarti akan menang ya?
Ya.
Sekarang semua tim juga mungkin lagi ngelihat kalian ya. Dengan kalian yang lagi ada di atas dan beberapa tim ini lagi bersaing untuk masuk ke babak playoff. Gimana Boots? Mungkin ada yang bisa kamu sampaikan kepada teman-teman yang lagi berjuang untuk masuk ke babak playoff?
Ya selagi masih dikasih kesempatan main ya gas aja. Udah.
Selagi dikasih kesempatan main, gas aja terus?
Iya.
Pantang mundur?
Iya.
Iya. Dan tetap tenang kah atau harus adrenalin terus?
Ya adrenalin boleh tapi ya jangan adrenalin gak jelas lah.
Jangan adrenalin gak jelas, harus bisa ditata.
Iya.
Rahasia Boots untuk menata, kayaknya kalau ngobrol sama Boots selalu tenang, datar, nggak ada tuh naik turunnya. Gini lempeng aja. Apa Boots? Biar tenang.
Nggak tahu sih, tarik nafas aja.
Tarik napas aja.
Iya.
Kita semua juga bisa tarik napas ya teman-teman ya. Kita akan praktekkan ya. Terima kasih Boots, terima kasih atas tipsnya. Any words that you want to say, Kyrie, for this match, for your fans?
Terima kasih semuanya yang udah dukung Onyx. Inggris aja.
Apa aja boleh?
Oke. Thank you everyone for supporting Onyx, and I hope you continue to support us until M5.
Dukung terus sampai M5. Langsung PKL, tepuk tangannya keras banget ya. Semuanya bersemangat. But one last message for Vincent and Rebellion. This Sunday you will meet Rebellion Zion and also Vincent.
Gak ada.
Gak ada message? Just good luck, have fun?
Ya, good luck.
Good luck, have fun. Ditunggu untuk adu retrinya juga. Kita akan menyaksikan seperti apa ya. Karena kita penasaran banget akan seperti apa pertarungan dari sisa-sisa match Onyx. Akankah mereka tak terkalahkan seperti ini, semengerikan ini? Jadi kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi dong Sobat Onyx untuk tim Onyx. Caster, please, apa yang terjadi dengan mereka? Kalian banget, tolong.
Another wonderful interview with Onyx and Bude Claramongstar. Thank you so much, Bude Claramongstar, for the interview. Back again on the desk. Woo, we have a fun fact here by Gani for Keyboy.
Every time when Keyboy worn that shoes, that's a dub.
Go behind, rewind the video and check out his shoes, because those shoes are his lucky charm, apparently. And honestly, you need a lot of lucky charms, right? I mean, a lot of people like to believe in that. I think a lot of boxers and fighters as well have their own lucky charms and a lot of players in
A
other
bit
sports.
superstitious, but hey, if it works for you, it works for you.
Exactly.
Right? But the fact that he wore them for this match, though, they must really want to show like, what, Aura won against us? Wait and see. Wait and see, bro.
Okay, that they really wanted to win this game, and I don't know. Did Kyrie answer? He just, why pick Leomord? He said, I just wanted to try his skin. Was that what he answered? But yeah, player of the match presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. We have seen one Leomord. We have seen one Leomord fail, lose at MPL ID. What differentiates that Leomord or any other Leomord from this man's Leomord? Kyrie's Leomord.
It was Rebellion, was it?
Yeah,
Rebellion
it was.
Leomord, right? 1205, almost averaging a 900 GPM.
What the heck, dude?
Farming machine, killing machine.
FM and KM.
I thought he had the Great Dragon Spear because he was just speeding around.
He was walking over here.
Exactly, just running, like walking over people with the horseshoes dealing damage.
God.
But no, he didn't even go for the Great Dragon Spear. So this isn't even his final form. And look at this, man. Especially with Aura crowding together, they are so worried about Keyboy and Sans picking them off, right? Which happens even though they were being cautious about it. It still happened. But when they try and get together and save each other by using safety in numbers, Kyrie goes, oh, what a field day. Let me harvest all these kills, man, in one fell swoop. And of course, Sans just donates a kill for good measure, bro. Why?
I don't know, man. I mean, in the highlights, we just get to see another stomp at this point. We just have to enjoy this, right? Because Kyrie just walked Van down
damage.
like it was nothing.
God.
And yes, in the interview, Onyx got a bit Boots. Well, Keyboy, everybody said it was Boots. Boots doesn't like Aran. Always tells everybody to lock Aran, lock Aran. Boots says it's a lie. I don't know what to believe, right? I mean, Boots, he's always a very toxic, mean guy. I've never seen him be nice at all.
Wink,
in
wink.
the entire MPL Indonesia, the way he's been playing since he joined. So I think I'll have to believe Keyboy and Sans.
He's good guy Boots. He is good guy Boots though.
Oh, look at this. Dude, each hit does 1,400 damage, and he's a fighter.
And he doesn't have crit.
My lord, what is that? How is that legal?
Ouch.
And CW, he wasn't really visible in the beginning of the game, but in that late game, man, no one has enough items to withstand the measly damage from an Irithel. So it looks like he was just critting, but no, it's just, look at his items, man. I mean, to be fair, he is full damage. But usually you fall short in the DPS, the DPS side of things. In that game, he was just nuking people down, man. Whenever he used the heavy crossbow, it's just over. You get hit twice and you're gone.
First game, it was what? 21 to 2?
21 to 2.
22 to 3.
Add one kill on both teams.
Yeah, exactly.
The duration got shorter.
The duration, though. Wow. 11 minutes.
11:07. And this time for Aura, I mean, again, Arashi, what was it? Was it the draft, or was it just the execution diff? Was it a skill diff? What? I mean, the Farsa into a Kadita was already quite alarming.
I think the difference in execution is just so far apart that you can't really begin to really see the value of the picks, right? I think by all means, the draft could be executed better. And maybe there's some plans that Aurafire had for Onyx. But considering how the game went, you just really start to feel like, wow, did they really mess up that bad in the draft? And honestly, not that bad. I mean, we talked about some of the adjustments. More safety, comfort picks for Van when it comes to the neutral objective contest. It was in the keys to victory. Monitor the engaged heroes done by Aran and Hai. They tried, man. It's not that they just didn't, they repeated the same thing they did in game number 1 and got stomped. They made adjustments. It just wasn't good enough. And Onyx made that very clear, man. It's not even up for debate. Y'all just ain't good enough.
It really wasn't. I mean, in this game, it was very clear, right? It wasn't... Well, in game 1 at least, Aurafire were able to get a few objectives down, neutral objective wins even.
Yep.
But in this game, no. And what? 1,088 GPM by CW.
That's a record.
That is a record. We've never seen 1,000 GPM, and CW did it. Okay.
He's farming in 1080p.
Imagine,
crazy.
right? I mean, he
That's
also dealt the
crazy.
most damage, and Iran took the most damage. Oh, man, Boots.
Oh, my God.
Boots is so mean, so rude. Lock Iran, he says, every single time the team goes in for anyone.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
Get the reverse Iran effect.
Oh,
Just get him
man.
tilted. And honestly, man, with how dominant everyone was, like I said, like CW wasn't visible. He wasn't being targeted. He wasn't participating in fights. For the most part, everyone was doing their thing, and CW was like, cool. You know, I like farming, right? Farming's my passion. Just like that, man. He just made bank.
I mean, not just farming, he dealt 51k, the most out of the bunch.
You know what? You're right.
Like, how does this doesn't make sense? And
It
Kyrie
does.
has 12 kills.
Yeah, Kyrie
Mind
has
you.
12 kills. I expected him to maybe deal the most damage or even have the most GPM. So when I saw that GPM 778, I was like, all right, that's pretty high. And then CW's like, hold up, fam. Ever heard of minions? 1088. Farming caught.
Imagine
in
a
1080p.
run in the gold lane.
Imagine a run, but in the gold lane. I think that works better because you farm up to those items much faster. And no wonder CW had full items before Kyrie even went for DHS. Haas Berserker into a DHS. Usually we see like GDS and then 1. He goes GDS and then DHS. He's like, you know what? What do I need to win in nature? Who's going to jump on me anyways? I'm farming
attack
over
speed.
here.
No
Attack
chance.
speed, farm, damage. Oh my god, Onyx went to town. They didn't just go to town. They went to town and back again and then to town again.
It's not about, it wasn't about winning the game. It's about sending a message.
What was the message?
Every
Rashi?
single one of you, every single lane, you ain't good enough. Sit down.
Oh my
Know your
God.
place.
I mean,
They kidnapped Aura, they kidnapped the dragon, and returned it safely back.
Safely.
Safely. Oh, they
Safely.
took off the wings of the dragon. They tortured the dragons before they.
That
Well, at
dragon
least-
ain't flying ever again, man.
At least it was an 11-minute session, right? It wasn't like a prolonged bad session.
They were
there.
humane about it.
They were humane. They were humane. They kept it really, really humane. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. We've had 2 stellar matches and 2 very quick matches. 2-0-2-0. Arashi,
quick.
I have a question. Does this mean it's over for Aura Fire? Let's take a look at the standings, I believe, here. Yes, Week 7, Day 2. After everything we've seen the last 2 days, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone. Top 6 teams will receive slots for MPLI 2023. Oh, 9th place.
9th place, Aura solidifying themselves there, but with Dewa United Esports.
All right, do they
Climbing to the 4th place.
That's
Bigatron
crazy.
Alpha. How are you feeling, Miracle?
I mean, I think for right now, the fact that Dewa won, if we're Bigatron Alpha versus Rebellion is going to be a very, very interesting match there. The battle to stay in playoff contention.
My goodness.
I mean, for the first time in a long time, I feel like we're finally forced to do some difficult
Yeah,
math in
right?
the standings.
I'm looking at it, I'm trying to think.
Last season it was kind of confusing, but it wasn't that
Towards
weird,
the end,
like-
it just became clear, right?
Exactly. It was just about waiting for the results. But now we're like, wow, this, like the percentages, the rates, the win-loses, like what, who, when, how many more games?
Alter Ego and Evos, man.
We don't
From
like
top
maths.
2 and top 3. Down to bottom 2 and bottom 3. Aura Fire, same placement as last season, remember. Well, they did improve. They only got 1 match win, right? Last season, or 2 match wins. They have 4 now, so they've doubled. Let's take a look at the chance to playoffs and chance to upper bracket. Is Onyx secured it? Okay, here, first.
Before that,
Arashi, take the stage.
the tiebreaker rules. If there are tied points in the standings, the determination of the standings will be evaluated based on the following categories. Number 1, match points. Number 2, match winning percentage.
Okay.
Number 3, game winning percentage. And then number 4, finally, the head-to-head records. This rule applies only when the regular season is in progress, however. If it gets towards the end of the progression, then we will have more calculations. Here we go. Accumulated points. The winning, how they win. If they won a best of 3 series match, it's a +1. If they lose, it's a 0. The match win percentage here, the number of matches won divided by the total number of matches played. So this is so much math, bro. I'm not good at this.
Yeah, I'll take over. Team AA has played 9 matches
getting
and
a
won
headache.
6 matches, while Team AB has played 10 matches and won 6 matches. both have a 60% match win percentage. You see that?
No. Moving on.
Yeah, okay. No. Game percentage though. Number of games won divided by the total number of games played. If both teams have the same match, we all don't do maths here. Match win percentage and game win percentage, their rankings will be determined by their head-to-head results. All right, so let's say they have the same points here, but Team AA beat Team AB in leg 1 and leg 2. That means
even
Team
more.
AA will keep on going, and here it is, guys. You guys are probably wondering, how? Why? Why are you guys explaining so much? It's because
There's
it could be a
possibility.
tiebreaker all the way to the end,
Exactly.
guys. Head to head. If both teams have the same match win percentage and game win percentage, their rankings will be determined by head-to-head results, what we said earlier. In the previous match, Team AA won with a score of 2-0, so Team AA Esports will take the first place. Similarly, in the second leg, if Team AB wins the match with a score of 2-0, Team AB will take the first place. So leg 2 is more important than leg 1, Gani.
Oh, alphabetically though, if both teams have the same number of wins, their rankings will be determined alphabetically.
Yes.
That's the end.
Wow.
So Gani, Mirko, Arashi, if we're all three, we all have the same standings, match win,
Arashi and
everything.
us.
Arashi is number 1. Chance to playoffs.
It's the alphabet gap.
21%.
They're still in it though. They're still in it.
Oh man, that's a miracle run.
We've seen it before, man. It's not impossible. But man, Eterna has to be so heartbroken, man. 21%.
EVO's Legends though, 5 matches in hand, 43%, looking good.
They have a lot of hope, right? There's still a lot of hope.
Exactly.
5 matches.
5 matches. That's more than the others, right?
For sure. More than even Bigatron, I believe, up there. But now, whoa, they will have a chance to make it to the upper brackets. Okay.
What?
But, I mean, they're going to have to hope that RQ starts losing and GeekFam as well. Technically, they can still make it there if RQ lose all their remaining matches. 3 matches left. And I would say RQ are a bit safer now because GeekFam have lost earlier.
Oh, you're right. This is why it's crazy, man. You can't really just rely on your team doing well. You have to try and read the waters and see which team is not going to do so well either. But there are 3 matches left among all 3 of the top 3 places in the standings right here. And the chances are still all over the place, man.
There you have it for the chance to playoffs and chance to upper bracket. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule because we have bangers. Starting us off, battle for 5th place for playoffs. Bigatron Alpha versus Rebellion Zion.
Oh, the red and blue going head-to-head again. You're right. The second match, Alter Ego and Dewa United though.
Afterwards, though, in the final match, it's going to be a RRQ and EVO's showdown.
Classic Derby.
Classic Derby.
EVO's icon roster. Woo! Veldora is here in MPL.
Man,
will they use him though?
Why would they not use him, right? They just promoted him just to put him on the bench?
It's a mind game, bro.
Oh, it's a mind game.
I
Now
don't know.
maybe RQ will be prepared for Veldora and then Fluffy
Psych
says Psych, gatao. Doesn't know.
But EVOs, man, they're still sticking with this strat, changing things up all the way down to the wire. I know they still have 5 more matches to go, but man, we are late into the week and changes are still happening. That is insane.
They
I don't
love taking
understand.
risks. And at this point, I actually think, yeah, it's time to take risks. You're already at 8th place. If you don't make risks, if you don't try to get out of that position with something, then you're not going to make it to playoffs, man. It's going to be Season 10 all over again.
Yeah,
might as well.
Might as well. And they also swapped their coaches, by the way. Caleb no longer the analyst, so he won't be drafting anymore. And Age and Taxum will have that role to fill in. For all you guys who want to fill in roles like that as well, back at home, I want to be a pro player, I want to be a coach. Well, first, you got to work on yourself, all right? You got to play and get to high ranks. How? Getting good connection is a good step forward.
Check your data before playing. Check your quota before you play so you don't run out of it in the middle of the game, because Telkomsel, Dunia Games, they can offer you that. So every purchase of MLBB Heroes, or vouchers rather, and items using Telkomsel, it will give you extra savings, an additional of 3 gigabytes data quota. So hurry up and buy. Where? duniagames.co.id, or if it's too much of a hassle, just download the Dunia Games app.
Scan the QR code down below. And if you guys want skins as well, while you're already playing with amazing connection from Dunia Games Telkom Cell, skill on, skin should also be on. You should always have skins because skins equals to wins. Ask Arashi. Oh, he was a Yi player before he got skins. He was bad. He was bad.
Awful.
And then after the skins, tell him your win rate.
80%.
80%.
Wow.
Even me, I was a bad Fredrin, right? On the classic skin, I had 25% win rate. And on the Neo Beast skin, I'm Psycho Fredrin.
Psycho Fredrin.
So go ahead and buy it on Bleebly. You guys can get a 10% cash back. And while you're on Bleebly, if you guys are in Indonesia, in Jakarta, might as well visit us and watch MPL ID Season 12 playoffs in Mahaka Square. Early bird tickets are out now, 59K. That is the starting price.
Below 60.
Below 60. That's maths.
It's a bargain. Yeah,
How do I get it, Gani? What website?
Don't worry. For those of you guys watching, just scan the QR code right now on your screen. Buy them right away. All right, ASAP.
Selling like hotcakes, guys.
More than hotcakes.
More than hotcakes. What sells better than hotcakes, Rashi? MPL ID tickets. There you go.
Exactly.
Now, if you don't get it, you're going to miss out on it. And you know what? You need to have a little bit of foresight. You need to know what's coming later on as well, because after Season 12 regular season ends, we'll have 6 teams who will be invited to MPL Invitational. And you guys can go and get some early bird tickets as well, because this one is in the Basketball Hall of GBK Indonesia.
It's going to be big. It's going to be intense. Check out the site, oneesports.gg/MPLI-2023. Early bird tickets are now on sale starting today. 5:30.
Today?
Today.
Wait, we missed it already. Just the first call. Okay.
Now, what time is it?
Get the Samsung phones out, boys.
Enjoy a 20% discount on all tickets. Grab the best deals for the Mythic 3-day pass, which includes the opportunity for on-stage photos at specific times and exclusive MPLI merch.
Woo! First time offline, ladies and gentlemen, for MPLI. You do not want to miss it. You want to catch it in all its glory, because we're definitely going to be seeing some new regions added in as well. No longer just the normal teams, and even from Indonesia. Back then it was 8 teams, right? Now it's 6 teams, so it's leveling the playing field for the 2 biggest regions in MLBB. Can't wait to see all the teams who've made it to the playoffs to battle it out all the way to the end, man. And again, for Indonesia, we still don't know. We're in week 7, but we still don't know who's gonna make it. I think for top 4 is they've kind of secured playoffs, right? Right?
Have they?
There's no way. Right?
I don't know.
Top 4, I think they've secured.
I can't really confirm this.
Bring out the calculator. Where the calculator at?
We need the analyst, the real analyst, the mathematical analyst to come over here.
We gotta crunch just numbers, man.
Crunch
We need
these numbers.
spreadsheets and all that.
But I think looking at the stats earlier, top 4 will have already secured playoffs. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to watch even more for the battle of upper brackets, for the battle of playoffs in Season 12. It's been Mirko, Gani, and Arashi for Week 7, day number 2. Don't forget to catch us tomorrow. MPL Indonesia Season 12. We own this!
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawa